But he somehow, yeah,
he did.
But
he did get some compensation. They gave a prize to the woman in Venezuela who's probably one of the most formidable oppositionists, if you will. So they gave him that kind of, noted.
Hey, Justin. Hey, account settings. Hey, John. The island print, man, you live the life of Riley. Life of O'Reilly. I don't know. Yeah, let me put up the number while people are joining. Not that many people join anymore, but might as well update our number. We're over 200 people. But I stopped counting that for some reason. So here's where we are in Railtown. That's a good number. We're almost at 13.5 million shares. We probably are there because a number of people don't tell me how much they have. And so it's pretty good. It's very, very, you might not feel it right now. That's a very substantial, powerful, and a meaningful position, which can change all of us if we kind of stick together. I know there's going to be the distractions from, these men that come on, mostly men. There's one woman maybe. They come on and recommend other stocks. I'm not against in whatever you want to call it, investor outreach or investor relations, people getting paid, getting stock. But some of them, they won't work on a project unless they're paid in stock that they can sell. And so a guy like specifically Frank Benedetto, if he's recommending a stock to you, he was given shares, he runs it up, he gets out, and then he does it again. It's in his best interest. That's how he builds his net worth. But we want to get away from that. Let him create his own audience. All right, there's a FedEx outside. Let me go get that. For somebody else, not for me. Nothing ever for me. Let me just look here. I'll be right back. It won't take me that long. It won't be long, yeah. Till I'm in love with you. It won't be long, yeah. 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 It won't be long, yeah. Yeah. All right, let's see if I put this here. Move this up a little bit. Problem is, can we see him? All right, let's turn this a little bit. Turn this a little bit. Move this. All right. Let me go get that.
There are two things that hold true when it comes to artificial intelligence. One, it's everywhere. My toothbrush just got an AI update this week. And two, the field is changing rapidly, making it hard to keep up, even for those of us who work in tech. So I put together my top 7 AI terms that I think are important to be familiar with as AI continues to progress. How many do you already know? Well, let's find out. And I'm going to start at number 1 with something that I'm quite sure that you have heard of, and that's agentic AI. Everybody and their grandmother seems to be building the next generation of AI agents. But what exactly are they? Well, AI agents, they can reason and act autonomously to achieve goals. It's like a chatbot that only responds one prompt at a time. AI agents, they run autonomously. They go through a number of stages. So first of all, they perceive their environment. Once they've done that, they move on to a reasoning stage, and that's where they look to see what the next best steps forwards are. Then they move on to act on the plan that it's built through the reasoning, and then observe the results of that action, and around we go. Now, agents can work as, well, in all sorts of roles. They could be your travel agent to book a trip. They could be your data analyst to spot trends in quarterly reports. Or they could perform the role of a DevOps engineer, detecting anomalies in logs and spinning up containers to test fixes and rolling back faulty deployments. And AI agents are typically built using a particular form of large language models, and that is known as number 2, large reasoning models. Now, these are specialized LLMs that have undergone reasoning-focused fine-tuning. So unlike regular LLMs that generate responses immediately, reasoning models, they're trained to work through problems step by step, which is exactly what agents need when planning complex multi-step tasks. Now, the reasoning model is trained on problems with verifiably correct answers, so math problems or code that can be tested by compilers. And through reinforcement learning, the model learns to generate reasoning sequences that lead to correct final answers. So every time you see a chatbot pause before it responds back to you by saying, thinking, well, that's the reasoning model at work, generating an internal chain of thought to break down a problem step by step before generating a response. Now, let's get a bit lower level and talk about number 3, which is vector database. So in a vector database, we don't store raw data like text files and like images just as blobs of data. We actually use something called an embedding model, and that embedding model is used to convert that data from these images here into actually a vector. Now, what is a vector? Well, a vector is essentially just kind of a long list of numbers, and that long list of numbers captures the semantic meaning of the context. Now, what's the benefit of doing that? Well, in a vector database, we can perform searches as mathematical operations, looking for vector embeddings that are close to each other. And that translates to finding semantically similar content. So we might start with, let's say, a picture of a mountain vista, something like this. And then that picture is broken down by the embedding model into vectors, a multi-dimensional numeric vector. And we can perform a similarity search to find items that are similar to that mountain picture by finding the closest vectors in the embedding space. Or it could be similar text articles, or it could be similar music files, whatever you want. Now, vector databases, they play a big role in implementing number 4, and that is RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. Now, RAG makes use of these vector databases, and it uses it to enrich prompts to an LLM. So we start here with a RAG retriever component. Now that might take in an input prompt from a user, and it's going to turn it into a vector using an embedding model. That's the thing that turns it into that series of numbers. And then once we've done that, we can perform a similarity search in the vector database. Now that vector database will return something, and we'll return that all the way back to the large language model prompt that we started with, and we'll embed into that prompt now the stuff that came out of that vector database. So I can ask a question about, let's say, company policy, and then this RAG system is going to pull the relevant section from the employee handbook to include in the prompt. Now, number 5, that's Model Context Protocol, or MCP. This is a really exciting one because for large language models to be truly useful, they need to interact with external data sources and services and tools, and MCP standardizes how applications provide context to LLMs. So if you want your large language model here to be able to connect to stuff, perhaps we want to connect to an external database, or maybe we want to go to some kind of code repository, or maybe even to an email server, or really any kind of external system, well, MCP makes that connection standardized. So instead of developers having to build one-off connections for each new tool, MCP provides a standardized way for AI to access your systems. So basically, we have here an MCP server, and that is how the AI knows exactly what to do to get through to any one of these tools. It connects through that MCP server connection. Okay, now for number 6, that's Mixture of Experts, or MOE. And we've had the idea of MOE for a good while, actually, since the paper was published in a scientific journal in 1991. But it's never been more relevant than it is today. You see, MOE divides a large language model into a series of experts. I'm just going to draw 3, but there could be 100 plus of these. These are specialized neural subnetworks. And then it uses a routing mechanism to activate only the agents it needs for a particular task, or only the experts in this case that it needs for a task. And then, then it's going to perform a merge process. So because we activated these 2 experts, we'll merge these 2. And this performs mathematical operations to combine the output from these different experts into a single representation that continues through the rest of the model. And it's a really efficient way to scale up model size without proportional increases in compute costs. So for example, MOE models like IBM Granite's 4.0 series, that can have dozens of different experts here, but for any given token, it'll only activate the specific experts it needs. And that means that while the whole model might have billions of total parameters, it only uses a fraction of those active parameters at inference time. And look, for number 7, I'm going to throw in a big one. ASI, Artificial Super Intelligence. It's the goal of all the frontier AI labs, and at this point, it is purely theoretical. It doesn't actually exist, and we don't know if it ever will. Now, today's best models...
All right, so why don't we not listen to that if it's never going to exist? Anyway, what's RAG? R-A-G, what's RAG? Let me check my settings. Okay. That went off. All right. Everybody sounds more intelligent with a British accent. I noticed that. Don't you? Let me just, there we go. All right, so I don't know where I was exactly, but I it's not that I particularly want to pick on anybody, but when people come in deep voice as an expert on yet another stock in yet another industry, they're usually getting shares which they can trade, and they run it up. They need you to come in and buy it, and then they move on to the next. And hey, do your own due diligence. The stock's still there. I'll go mano a mano with you. The stock's still trading. I got out. Why didn't you? You know, that kind of crap. Well, that's fine. If you want to be in that world, be in that world. But yesterday, for example, I don't know. Now I can't remember the name, but the one good thing you can say about Frank, he gives you his name. But most of these people don't give you any names. And somebody came on yesterday, said, I'm sure wish I hadn't sold T-Lo. Well, I looked up T-Lo, which I like, story I like. I'd like to go visit those. One of the main investors, smart guy, nice guys in Richmond, Virginia. I'd like to go visit him. But sure enough, they come to you with the idea it's already up green. You feel like you're missing out. It went higher, and then they hit it today. And the whole point, it's a misalignment of goals. They want to suck you in. You think you're getting into an investment. They just have a short-term trade, short-term goal. 1 day, 1 week. It's a little project. They get out, and they do it over and over and over again. They work with each other. A guy might have a name of anyway, guys work together and share the stock, and it's a way of life. And the way, if you want to make money with it, you got to get in early and be disciplined most of the time just to get out as it goes up, and let the dreams of $3,000 a share drag in the next sucker. It's always about who's the next sucker. But I guess I wanted to bring it up because yesterday on T-Lo, sure enough, and it happened 3 weeks ago with COSM, and then it happened with another one. They just want you moving. They want you hot. Move. Their goal is to sell their own stock. That's what it is. And you just got to remember that. So you can use that to your advantage if you get in or low, and as it runs up, you get out, or get out with them while they're still talking, while they're still promoting, you get out. But just remember, they'll move on to the next one. Their goal is different than yours. Their goal is different than yours, and they don't particularly care what happens to you. All right, let me get the quotes. Railtown is downtown right now. We're waiting for it to go uptown. Or is it better to be downtown and you're waiting, it's uptown, you want to be downtown? Downtown. It's 50 cents by 51 cents. 10,000 shares bid for, 3,000 for sale. And I personally, I think the shorts are gone. Whoever was so intense over the last, I don't know, 2 weeks, they're not here today. They may have covered. And that's one other thing to understand. The volume yesterday, I think, was I can't remember, 400,000 or 500,000. Day before it was 400,000 or 500,000. Day before. Well, if these guys just over maybe the first couple of days, they shorted 500,000 shares. And look, they can do it as teams. It's all computerized. They can do it together, split up the profits. They can do it in the multi-fast back and forth, or can do it in one trade. But conceptually, if they were able to short 500,000 shares that didn't exist at 60 cents, 61 cents, they bought it back yesterday under 50 cents. So you could just call it 10 cents on 500,000 shares. It's a nice number. If you can't figure it out, I'll take a stab. It's $50,000 for doing nothing, not driving a truck, not waiting tables, not painting a house, not working on an assembly line, not being a legal aid. Hell, not even being an attorney. 50 grand a month, one trade, doing it computer after computer. That's all they're doing. They don't know the stock. They come on here and they ridicule me and actually say things which are false. But their goal is to make you think there's something wrong with me. Fine. If there's something wrong with me, it doesn't change what Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad and Dr. Tom Core, Mike Nobrega are creating. Doesn't change it. I don't think anybody in Canada knows my name. Well, maybe one guy there, another nice woman over there, and used to have an associate. Maybe, you know, at most 12 people know my name in Canada. It doesn't matter. Whatever they say about me doesn't matter. But they want you out. They want it. But yesterday, all of those days, as it was going up, they were scared because they sell stock without a lot of collateral. And as it goes against them, they see their, depending on who it is, of course, they see their so-called professional life flash before their eyes. And they come on, to drive it down, cheat, and then they cover. It's a nice business. It's full of a lot of risk. Of course, they can't be proud of what they're doing, but I guess 50 grand split 3 or 4 ways pays for a lot of conscience. So my goal here with Railtown, with you all, has always been that you can build a significant enough position. In some cases, people have built quite large positions, but you can build a significant position so that, because I tried so hard to fight, to help on all these stocks, many that I wasn't even involved in, but some like MMTOP. And I don't see the results. I admire everybody working hard, but I'm just, like I told you yesterday, I'm about like, let's get something done. Let's do something. Let's make something happen. And to me, Railtown really becomes the way to make your account whole not doing the same thing over and over and over and over again doesn't do it. Railtown makes your account whole. Maybe, but you have to have enough. And I think it more than pays for the pain and suffering and injustice and all those things that, of course, there were 65,000 or 64,000 people lost money in MMTOP. 220 of you are here. So I'm not helping everybody, but and frankly, the reason I get so, I know I need singing lessons and I'm a rude asshole, as that one woman or man said to me. But the reason I get so, maybe if you put a kind light on it, protective of you guys, or I'm just an asshole, is these kind of situations don't come around often. Doesn't mean they won't again. But there are some assumptions in there. There are some assumptions. But AI 2.0 is not my field. I don't know many people who know about it, really. But I can think of if I spent some time, I could probably think of some trades or opportunities or stocks. And the only one, and I'm not in it, it tears me apart. Just have to let it go. Sometimes you're not in a trade. But I've studied silver as a result of studying for a long time oil and gas and peak oil, and also climate change and other resource type ideas. And I'm not in it. It's just like Bitcoin. It's just sometimes you miss the whole thing. The only other trade I can think live right now that I would equate to Railtown is silver. But I think silver is going to take, it could be quickly, but that's all the hype to, look, these guys do the same thing across the newspaper headlines too. Some of these men that with a sloppy whiskey cigarette voices that you hear give you stock ideas, they're just the wannabes compared to Wall Street, the big Wall Street people. And the big Wall Street position holders, they do the same thing. They just do a gigantic scale. And it's a oddly very similar price level. Silver's $51 and Railtown's 51 cents. I think though the difference with Railtown right now is Railtown, I put that headline there and you guys know me in case there's somebody new. It's just a projection, not a promise. But I believe Railtown is a $6 stock, an $8 stock, a $10 stock. We've gotten so used to the hot money and then being burned. We've almost become victims, where we get in a stock, it runs up, we listen, oh yeah, this is going to be it. Then it pulls back and we just, oh yeah, I should have known. I make my own decisions and I should have known. Yeah, I shouldn't have been in the market. I should buy a engine or something, or I should buy an apple tree and sell apples. And we just do it over and over again. It's almost like a psychological, we're stunned into repeating our same action over and over and over and over again. And then we don't really want to accept our losses because they're gigantic. They're literally gigantic. Sometimes our fault, sometimes others, and overwhelming, just absolutely overwhelming. Particularly if you're later in life, you're like, what the hell happened? That all went away? So you keep doing it because as long as you're doing it, it's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. Mm-hmm. It's a Stone song, but I can't think of the rest of it. I think it's Tattoo You, which was a great album. Album is when you put a bunch of songs together and you have a side, B side, you press it. And so you listen to the one side and then you turn it over to listen to the other side. And you hear all the songs in kind of a concert way instead of just randomly picking them on Sonos or something. So you keep playing. I'm not picking on anybody. We keep playing the same game because as long as it's going on, we haven't lost yet, but we have lost. We have lost. The money in MMTLP is completely gone. I think I've given you the way out is to move it over with Greg McCabe at NextBridge, but it's gone. The money at CRTD, that guy, I think Jeremy put up some of his own money, but it's more than made up by the money he's taking out and the shares he gets and all that. And there may have been kickbacks. I don't know. I'm not suggesting, but what idiot would turn down a $3 buyout and then he's the CEO and the whales are backing him, unless maybe there was a kickbacks involved. And I'm tired of trying to figure it out. Try to figure it out. It gets to the point with the girl. You know, the first time you're trying to figure out who was it. So she was out that night. She went out with Fontaine and Howard, but I don't think they're interested in her. But it might have been Bobby. It might have been Bobby. Yeah, maybe when they were. Yeah, but she came home at 2:30. She seemed, and I left her at 9. Yeah. So the first time you know, the next time, well, and the third time, that's what happened. That's what happened. So maybe she just kissed him. Then the fifth time, and that's it. And then you reach a point. And you ask around, you ask friends, you listen, and then you reach a point is, why am I going through this? Dump the chick. It doesn't matter to know the story. Who cares about the details? And that's what these markets are. These men need you. They need an audience. A lot of them are lazy. And they come in and take other people's audiences. But what they have is the balls to go to a CEO who's desperate for money, say, hey, I got this and that. I got this, and the CV builds up, IR. And they need you to come in, get that stock moving, and then they go get their next gig. As long as they can get out of their shares and collect their $15 grand a month, 20 grand a month, 25 grand a month. That's their motive. But then the shorts, and there's different kinds of shorts. There's the day trader shorts that trade with thin air. There's the swing traders that always love shorting because that's the easy money, and they can get accounts where they're allowed to sell stock. Even down here, you can't get that privilege. It's a one-sided game. And then there's the big industrial scale Grim Reapers, the Toads and the Aubrey Advisors and Polar and the Stevie Cohens from an arm's length. They come in and they're not happy with just some of the fish off the coast of the Bahamas. They take a big industrial rake and they take up all the coral reefs and all the fish in one gigantic scoop. And they pay off the minister. And then nobody else has that for generations, maybe forever. There's no fish there ever again. But they got paid. They're special. Those are the special. So anyway, those shorts come in there. And depending on what category it is, if you're a day trader, legitimate, and you're playing both sides and you're using other people's money, you love this game. You've seen the Twitter posts, let's have some fun with retail. And they know your psychology. They know it. I'm sure it's been studied. And then there's the criminal shorts, day trading, and the ones that just join in. Hey, I need to go make some money. Get out of bed. I'm through with you. I got to get back and making some money. They just hop back in on somebody else's audience and they start day trading, but they got to go where the action is. You are the action. You are the action. And there's the swing traders. There's all that. But the key ingredient is they got to keep you hot, bothered, angry, pissed off. Oh, this is just like that. Oh, that. And your money's in motion. And if your money runs out, there's another sucker that remembers GME. There's another sucker that remembers something else. And they don't need a lot. Each one of these players don't need a lot, but together they strip the whole thing. And I don't want to go back through the examples again, but that's what's on the other side. Every time you let it in, that's what it is. Now there's some current stock ideas out there. The only one that intrigues me, but I don't think you have to chase it. I don't think you have to go do it. Possibly, and I say possibly because it's the same group of manipulators and geniuses sitting at a bar down outside near the beach or where the chicks are with a cigarette and a vodka soda and a phone, and well, if we do this, we can do this, and we bring that guy in, we'll bring this in, we can do that, and the treasury, the crypto treasury is working everywhere else. Why don't we get that in? We can do, and a few years ago, 2 years ago, it was the what's that stuff? Meta went into it. Meta was so excited, where you go online and you have a whole world online. I mean, this real world sucks enough. Why do you have to create a new one? I'm just kidding. It's actually a good world we're in mostly. The one that I'm a little alert to, but I would never buy it right now, I traded it before, is the GDC story, because if in fact the Bitcoin is in there and it can't be removed, there might be a little trade. But my guess is that they're going to raise money, and it's a pyramid. When I say pyramid, I'm not talking about door-to-door saleswomen with pink Cadillacs. I'm talking about Joe Kennedy's time frame, when you created stock pyramids. You get the excitement, you get everybody rushing in, and then you get out. People will get out. But there's two reasons I'm kind of interested in watching it is, if it works, and I won't be in it, I personally think it's a double, not more than that. But other people think it could go to much higher numbers and maybe even squeeze. The second reason I'm intrigued by it is, if it works, the main players, they're in all those other stocks. And if that strategy works, they'll go around to all the other stocks and do the same thing. So it's something to pay attention to. But I'm working in the negative is that QMMM, it halted trading because of market manipulation based on crypto treasuries. So it may not be fruitful. The rest of them don't really interest me. I mean, apparently Finger's talking about it now too. Be careful of Finger in the very short run. Frank Benedetto was promoting it. I'm sure he's getting stock somehow. I don't know. I should say I suspect. But it'd be interesting if the crypto works at GDC, maybe crypto will work at Finger. So, you gotta constantly have ideas that that are kind of hanging out there. You want to look and catch up on. But what's interesting to me about Railtown is there's a lot of people out there maybe that didn't really act on it in last year when I first talked about it, of course. But in June, July, August, September, one guy, you know who he is, he said, oh, there's a lot of moving parts in it. Okay, that's September. Now we're in October. And finally, what we had been talking about, what they announced, came to fruition. But there's a little glitch in it. The vote's not completed. There's another little glitch in it. The stock didn't really, it went up prior to the news and didn't go up after the news. So everybody's wondering, like ever, oh, the stock price is telling you something. The market's telling you, and everything I know is wrong. The stock price incorporates everything. No, it's a confluence of criminals doing day trading and taking advantage of the vulnerable, and they needed to get out. It's a combination, I think, quite logically, that the company couldn't talk about itself forever. It couldn't promote or couldn't do anything. And finally, the news comes out, but the merger isn't quite complete. And there's a 4-day weekend in Canada coming up. Apparently here the market stays open, even though it's a 3-day weekend. And And I'm not blaming any of you. We fall into the trap like I've warned you about in stock after stock, but just to show my psychology isn't necessarily any less powerful than anybody else's. We thought, oh, when the news comes out, it's going to run. Normally, when news comes out, stocks don't run. It's already in the price, so to speak. But in this case, what is it? What are the combinations of ingredients maybe that didn't make it run? And by the way, it's not over by a long shot. This is just like getting the horses into the gate. And, using that analogy, the starter gun went off, and maybe the horses maybe it's a little like the Monty Python skit, but they're just coming out very slowly and ambling around. They aren't really racing yet. Or maybe once the starter gate gun went off, maybe the gates didn't open. But make no mistake about it. What's another analogy? We just received the kickoff, and we were hoping the guy could run it back, but shucks, he caught it, tried to run it, and it's back on the 12-yard line. But now it's our turn. We got the ball. We have the quarterback. We have the front line, and it's ready to march down the field. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but that's where we are. We're ready to go. Railtown is ready to go. But maybe why didn't it go up? I think there were some momentum players, and they come out. There's definitely, with all that anger coming at me, there's definitely shorts that don't own anything, and by definition they're leveraged up, and they've pressed it, and maybe it was going against them. Yesterday was just I don't know, moving shares around, covering, but they needed it down yesterday. Luckily, somebody asked me, I guess it was Bill Miko yesterday, I don't think anybody that I know sold. I was getting a lot of heat from people, but I don't think anybody sold. In fact, many people added. So that's good. We got through that emotional sort of fear phase, which we all go through, by the way. Then the company, I think, put out a press release written by attorneys and maybe someone inexperienced. But that was an attorney-driven press release. Well, we can jump on them. But maybe there's a reason for it. I'll give you, I'm just making it up. One potential thing is, I've already suggested this idea before. Maybe that company, whatever it was, USS symbol in Canada, maybe they were going forward with their press release, and Railtown had no choice. Or maybe, one of the attorneys or a regulator, maybe somebody said, you got to put this out. We've had this on our desk, and it's pretty strict. You got to get. So maybe the news went out before they got that vote done. That's one thing. Another thing could be they wanted to go out with it as sort of a fait accompli. I don't know who puts the vote in a press release, but maybe they did that so that the people voting, the other votes they need, saw it as a fait accompli. they, I don't know if they got a phone call, maybe an email, or maybe a knock on the door. Hey, we need your vote here. And they go check Google or Yahoo, and they see the news. Oh, it's already passed. And further in that press release, a lot of detail about that amalgamation and that not-for-profit. Hey, let's get together. We can gather. We can have meetups. Maybe that was all in there because by the bylaws of the private company or by Canadian rules, you've got to put the deal out there kind of like a public company, but there's no place to file, a deal like the SEC for a private company. So maybe the rules are you had to put it out, then get the vote so they can see it, so it's fully disclosed. I don't know. We don't know. But the press release wasn't, it wasn't Winston Churchill, we're going to storm the beaches. We'll fight on the beaches. We'll fight in the landing grounds. We'll fight in your mama's kitchen. It wasn't any of that. So we got disappointed. But I actually don't think, even if it had been written differently, the stock, without the vote, the stock may not have gone up anyway. So we all react because of the heavy pressure on selling. The other thing is, after, I don't know, 8 months, 10 months, people use different number of months, but for a long period of time, ostensibly, Corey, for example, can't talk to anybody. I mean, I'm sure he can talk to people who've signed an NDA. I'm sure he can talk to close insiders and people with big positions, people who signed an NDA. But there may be a lot of investors out there who we were expecting to come in to buy. They're just human. They read it. What the hell's an amalgamation? Sure hope it's not contagious. And they have to call in. Well, that's a lot of phone calls to return. It could be the company doesn't want to go out completely full on. It could be the week. It could be the 3 or 4 day weekend until the vote's done. It could be all those things. But that's this week, and it's behind us now. What is the strength of that announcement? The strength of that announcement is the company can now talk about itself. It can go create deals, announce deals that are already in the hopper, announce deals that have already been signed. It can talk to research analysts. It can talk to bankers and private equity and companies. Everybody's opened up again, which is fantastic. It's fantastic. The idea that it would show, all the benefit of that would show up in one afternoon is both maybe unrealistic, but it's also good that it didn't, because the Railtown, it is going to be, it's going to be a full field march. It's going to be a 1.5 mile race. It's not which horse got out of the gate first. And there, I win. I number 2 bolted out, and after the first, whatever it's called, half a furlong, whatever it's called, I win. That's not it. They got to go around the turn, round the far turn, down the other side of the track where you can barely see them. And then they come around a turn, and down the stretch they come. Or in football, the game's not won when the receiver gets the ball and he's actually driven back and he maybe has to take a knee. Game's not over. Game's not over. And that's what I'm glad that Railtown, that maybe we were, I don't know, but that Railtown's performance and everything was going to be Wednesday night and yesterday and today. That's not the story. That's not why we're in Railtown. We're not in Railtown so some promoters can pump it up and get out. We're not in Railtown so we can create a pool of money so that those very same promoters, but also the shorts, can have fun and they can get us moving around to other so-called meme stocks. We're in Railtown because it should already be a $5 or $6 stock in my judgment. It should already be there. I was asked the other day by somebody that I trust in this space, and I don't know if I can read what I wrote down. But it was a powerful question he gave me. Of course, I'm not, probably because I didn't write it down, maybe. Maybe I just thought I wrote it down. But he said, he said, name one AI company, a software development company, SaaS, but AI, he didn't use the word AI 2.0. That's unique to James Altucher, but name one of those where I would call it software, where their product is already deployed, where it's already SOC 2 certified, SOC 2 certified. Now I have to look that up, but I think that's for liability risk. It's I don't think it's accounting. I think I have to look up what it means. And first to market. He said, name one where the product's already commercial, where they've already deployed it. It's SOC 2 certified. That you need that certification to get a lot of these major contracts. And first to market. Name one out there in the public market or private market, either way, in the AI 2.0 space. Name a single AI, I call it 2.0, an AI company whose product is already deployed. It's already in the market. It's certified, so the big companies can use it, and it's first to market. Remember, there's an arms race for first to market companies. He said, name one of those, public or private, that you know of. I said, I only know the one company. I really only know the one. He said, name one of them that's under $1 billion in market cap. Name one of them. And I said, well, what do you think? because I don't know I don't know the entire universe of these companies. And obviously, you know the punchline. There isn't a single comparable company, and I think Railtown's product is better than almost any AI company out there. But they're all valued at $1 billion market cap or higher. And here Railtown is still at a $85 million market cap. So for all those people who kind of put this aside or skeptical or wanted to trade other things, where I thought, you know, this could, you're not going to be able to be in this once everybody's aware of it. Well, guess what? You can buy it now. You know the news is out. I would say, based on the press release and some of the, you know, sort of the wisdom of an audience a little bit, I think the vote is in the bag. You know, when, how, but I'm not sure it's a final vote yet, but I think, you know, it's a little bit like a Democrat running in New York or California. They'll make sure they win. So I think that's fine. I think we'll be fine there. And what a perfect time frame. You got a 4-day weekend, plenty of time to get that accomplished. So people now have a chance to buy Railtown. It's even a better story today because there's very little risk of the AIP acquisition not happening. I'd say there's no risk. They already announced that a majority of shares voted for it. But we don't know the bylaws. You know, maybe there's other parameters they have to go after. So it's a great opportunity to buy the stock, and you don't have to wait as long. Why is the stock down? And why do I say you don't often see anything like that? We know that AI, what I call this new generation of AI, was an idea. I don't know, as recently as 2 years ago, it was an idea only people kind of in the know knew about. So valuations weren't enormous for startups, apparently, and it wasn't, I don't know if it was hard to get funding or not here in the United States, but up in Canada, maybe the funding avenue, the channels were a little bit lower. So that's one thing. The stock is low priced, and just out of the gate, and that led to a second thing, is that prior to the excitement that's obviously there now for AI, the company had to look ahead to raise money. So they went on to the over-the-counter markets, which are an entire killing fields for any company, any CEO, any shareholders. Under this guy Cromwell, he should be ashamed to cash a paycheck. Any company in his markets, and he's been doing it for 20 years, any company that needs funding is going to be destroyed. And he doesn't care. But that worked to our advantage. So they came on the over-the-counter market, so we could buy it inexpensively. And then there were other places to put money, other sort of hot industries, none hotter really than this, but it was something people could set their focus aside for a little while. And then the MAGA 7 ran and those kind of things. So the price is low. And so we got that. We got an over-the-counter stock and we can take advantage of it. The company, when I heard about it, which was probably last October, a year ago, the company was marketing itself and doing terrifically. But then they ran into these guys, pretty important set of guys, at AIP. They joined AIP. And February 11th, they announced they were buying AIP. Well, there were holidays in there. It's pretty likely if they announced it on February 11th, they were talking about it between the November time of meeting and February 11th. And they probably agreed the deal and got excited to go forward. And it put on hold, at least in the public eye, it put on the hold the ability of Railtown to go market itself and sell Conductor and then announce those deals with revenues and put all that on hold. It put promotions on hold. It put presentations on hold, put research on hold, put everything on hold. That was our third thing that's very lucky. There's nobody buying up in Canada that knows these dudes. There's nobody that's buying that understands the space up in Canada. And so here it is. We've been able to buy it. And I suppose we could thank the attorneys for taking so long or whatever it was, but we've been able to build quite a position, 13.5 million shares. And it went on and on and on. And in the meantime, the comparables, so to speak, have just gone up in value enormously, but nobody knows the story of Railtown. They're captured by one investment advisor, I don't know how long or not, but the point is no bankers could tell the clients about it. There's no, there may be some behind the scenes talking with knowledgeable people, but there's not a general awareness of the story. And it's kind of sitting there for us to pick up on it. They're trying to get it in the red while I'm talking. 83,000. So how many shares they trade? Yeah, they did. They put 2,600, maybe more on a dark pool, but 2,600 to sell at 0.50. And that almost got it to go down. So anyway, back when Tony Two Shoes ridiculed the idea, now he's all for it. Some of you were buying at 22 cents, 30 cents, 35 cents. And I told you, please buy all you can down here because as it goes up, it's going to be volatile and it'll make you strong if you own it from a lower price. Don't wait, buy it now. And for many of us, I mean, my price is 35 cents. Even though it felt awful the last couple of days, you know, you could fall back on, well, at least it's still up. So we're in a great position. Most of us own, let me put it this way, we own more shares than we could buy if the stock had gone to $2 or $3 or $5. And I think we own more shares than we're going to be able to buy as the stock goes up. So we're in a great position. It's unbelievable. And you know what? People that waited, they can buy it now and get all the benefit. Seems kind of unfair, but it's the fact today and maybe Monday and Tuesday next week. Who knows? Anyway, I think it's all a good position we're in. The shorting of the stock on the over-the-counter market and the fact that the big buyers couldn't come in has given us a price, in my judgment, that's wrong. It's the wrong price. If Railtown had been out there telling their story actively to bankers and taking phone calls from investors and doing Zoom calls and doing, presentations with up-to-date decks and getting revenue deals and all along. Remember, I think I wrote down the 3 things he said are important. It's a product that is deployed. It's in the marketplace. It's growing. It's SOC 2 approved. And first mover. They'd already be $1 billion. At a minimum, they'd be $1 billion. So what's $1 billion amongst friends? Well, if $1 billion, if we use 250 million shares, it's $4. And you're still able to buy it at 50 cents. This is the greatest setup ever, and you don't have to take any risk. I mean, obviously, there's always risk in the markets. But on a comparative basis, you're able to buy this stock for pennies that should already be $4 at $1 billion. And this is a better product. So what if its comps are $2 billion in market cap right now? Railtown already has a product on the market. It's already deployed. It's battle tested. It's in its 4th generation. They already have customers. We just don't know how much the revenue is. It's SOC 2 certified, which means the big companies, billion-dollar companies, can come in and sign up with it being sort of a, approved product. And it's the first mover, and it solves a problem that nobody else solves. There is apparently a company out there that's trying to kind of do the same thing. They raised $100 million at a $1.1 billion valuation. It's a private company. I don't know the name. But it's not the same product. Railtown is a sort of a universal translator. And I guess conductor, the name conductor comes from managing all that different input and then put it out in one language, or many, I suppose, depending on where it's going. But this one apparently is just, you have to use their own language or something. But it's a huge market. It's a huge market. So here it sits, and we're waiting. I don't think we should be waiting. I think we should be calling our friends and saying, hey, you should own some of this. We should be buying more. People can buy it now at 51 cents. You were buying at 31 and 41, but they don't have to wait. So it's very exciting. I think we're in a great position, and we made it through the storm yesterday, which in retrospect we should have expected. And from now on, I think it's steady on. So what do I think's going to come? I think it's a 4-day weekend, so I didn't expect anything today. But I think if I had to guess what's coming is we'll hear that acquisition vote is in the affirmative. I'm making an assumption, but I think it'll be pretty soon, which is great. I think this Vanapuda that did this research, Capital One research, July of 2024, very obvious that gentleman's going to want to upgrade his report. So wouldn't that be fun if we got something from him? I think you're going to see Corey hit the hustings telling his story. I think there's a delayed reaction. And I like I said, I don't really expect anything today, and Monday's a holiday in Canada, and Tuesday morning might be slow. But I would expect the momentum will start building for buyers to come in, just like we thought. But it's going to be a little bit of a lag now. But that's okay. It's okay. Once it starts, as I've said many times, just I read you a whole list of there's 100 of them, venture funds that invest in technology in Canada. As they buy it, that stock comes off the market. They're not buying it to trade it because Puka comes on and says, oh, I warned you about William. Make the number up. His last 20 stocks all failed. I just warned you, unhappy woman. That's not going to have an effect on these institutions. They're going to buy it, put it away. So right now you have this unlimited amount of stock you can buy, although it doesn't look like it today. But you have this unlimited amount of stock to buy because it's all toilet paper in terms of its legitimacy. But your brokerage firm's selling it to you, so it has to be made good. But my point is, it's all Xerox shares. Well, that'll stop. So you won't be able to buy as many shares. But as people buy stock and take it off the market, so you have 2 reductions in supply of stock available. One, in a very real sense, these institutions buy it and put it in their portfolios. If it's a Morgan Stanley or a Goldman Sachs that owns it, I'm sure they'll give it to their stock loan department to lend it out. But hey, we can't solve everything all at once. I just don't think, as the stock goes up, those stock loan desks and the risk, whatever it's called, the brains that are, there's a word for it, but the ones that measure the risk and take the risk, I don't think they're going to want to be lending this stock out. And so supply is going to disappear, the stock. Supply is not going to be available. What does that mean normally? With the demand constant, supply goes down, the price goes up. And then I think the demand is just going to be enormous as the story goes out, particularly in Canada. You don't have to hear about it down here. If Mavericks decides to own a percentage, a big chunk, or if Omer's retirement fund or the Omer's venture fund, those are 3. What if Constellation Software wants to take a stab at it? You could have 10% of the stock off the market, which is about 20 million shares, off the market fairly quickly, and nobody inside selling. Guys, this is gonna snap up at some point, and you're gonna go, oh, I wish I had purchased more. So I think next week, I don't know when that vote or whatever final piece is necessary for the acquisition, but I bet it could be next week. I mean, they had a long time to get that all set up. So I think it could be next week, which would be great. Then you have the deal done. When would research come out? Who knows? But I think there's going to probably be Canaccord. You can think, you can dream, TD Ameritrade. I should look up. I'll do that. I'll look up who were the analysts in Canada for AI companies. But this one should come out, I think, pretty soon. And a 4-day weekend gives him time to write it up. I think revenue deals on the Railtown side, I think they're going to start being announced. How many? I don't know. How big? I don't know. Will they talk about revenue? I don't know. But they've been precluded by, I don't know what to call it, by the fact that the negotiations and paperwork were still going on the acquisition of AIP Partners. So they got to get about it. And I bet you're going to see some of that pipeline get announced, and it may have its own momentum. In my opinion, we'll find out. It's a great product. One company takes it, maybe another. So I think we're going to start seeing announcements on the Railtown revenue side. When it starts, I don't know. How often, I guess, as is necessary. But we're in October, and if, just pick end of the year, I would expect it could be tens of these. We'll find out. It's all good. And then on the AIP side, once they get their vote done, it's a similar story. I would imagine they've already got a pipeline of these companies ready to roll up. And I would think we'd start hearing about that. Now, I don't know how they're doing it, but obviously, if the stock of Railtown should be $5 now or $6, that's my opinion, you might want to wait until it is $5 before you start negotiating to acquire a company. I think this price of 50 cents has been criminally suppressed in one sense. In another, it's just the nature of the beast. You can't talk about themselves. Well, we're gonna see what happens now, and they're going to be talking. And you've got all of October, all of November, and I guess part of December, where I bet you're going to see a lot of activity on the promotional side, the marketing side, and then revenues coming in and being announced, and AIP roll-ups coming in. And I know we're not allowed to be optimistic. We've got to be completely negative. Look what happened to GTII. Which are all non sequiturs. I think you could get really exciting upside movement in this stock before year end. But my target, the one I want you to think about, is double nickels. Double nickels. $55 by May 5th, by 5/5. And I stand by that projection. 55 by 5/5. The volume right now is 15,000 shares, which is weird because I can add up 6, 9, 12,000 in the last 5 trades. So I don't know. All right, I'm going to go through your comments. See what you're saying. Justin Babish is number 1 today. Account settings is number 2 today. And John Croissant is the shiniest at number 3. Justin Babish, need to build question lists for Brandolini. Yeah, what? You can tell me, but I'm not worried about that interview. I'd much rather hear what he has to say than try to have my clever questions. You know, the broad questions are, you know, they speak for themselves, and I'm sure he'll answer them. But yeah, I can get a question list. Justin, this is not a stock that is being manipulated like pick one of these others. And some manipulations work. I'm not trying to put a bad discussion of any other stock, but Railtown doesn't need us, unfortunately. But I think you guys have done a good job to help them, and I think we will have access to Corey. But I would say more than that, whether they need us or not, what's going to pick this stock up and take it where it's going, it's going to be the big buy, institutional buying. I'm going to use that word, which can include wealthy individuals in Canada. And as there's success, there's a jealous, envious, watch each other arms race going on. And that's where it'll come. It's not going to come whether or not we get the right answer from Corey. But I'll do the best. I'm not dismissing it. I'll do as good a job as I can. I may ask somebody to help me, maybe Busy Brands or somebody, with questions, because I do not want the shill type crap questions. I'm not going to put Corey under pressure at all. He knows what he's doing. He knows what the questions are, and frankly, Justin, I would hope that he'd give us the presentation, and that I would never interrupt him at all. Just let him run with it, and then we'll have some questions. But I'm not in the mood to. To me, Corey's done nothing wrong, and I don't think. I'm trying to think of words to use here, but a bunch of questions from the peanut gallery that are quietly critical or whatever. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, by the way. I just don't want him to be abused by questions. It's a very exciting situation. I think it's an honor that he would talk with us. And it's coming. It's going to be good. Buy the stock. That's like that. What's that scene in Family Guy where there's the motorcycle guy, and the bicycle, the long distance bicycle. He keeps saying the same thing over and over again. That's what I should be doing today. Is at the conclusion of everything, just buy it. I don't know why people aren't buying. It's 92,000. I guess most of us have already made our commitments. I mean, here's a trade. 488 shares go off at 50.55, and then 488 shares go off at 50.97. So the difference between that it's 0.0042. So it's 4/10 of a penny times 488. They made $2 on that trade. But it adds up. It adds up. You do that 1,000 times, 100,000 times, it adds up. Anyway, Justin, I'll have questions for him. Account settings, did you eat today? Yes, I last night I walked up to Capitol Hill and I long walk and walked around and looked around for places to go, and I finally sat down alone, of course, and had a very nice nice meal. And so I feel, yeah, I really hadn't eaten for those 2 days. You know, it was worn out. So yeah, I felt great. You know, this morning I had to do some things, and on the way back I had a sandwich. So I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you. John, I'm on my way to Hawaii. Wow. There's a hurricane or whatever a typhoon. I don't think it's near Hawaii. And that sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Justin Babish, what is the relationship with digital going to look like? I don't think it matters. It's important. It seems important enough that they put it in the announcement. But I think the most valuable part of that relationship is it includes that think tank, but it probably is a step to bring in government. Look, the government, the provinces, the schools, the wealthy types, they're all trying to make this work. So I think it's good in that sense. But what's it going to do to your stock price? What does it really mean? Do we need to understand it massively? I don't think so, but I'll find out. If it's important, when we talk, he'll talk about it. But I know what I think it is, Justin. I think it may be that I'm just talking about what happened with our stock. I'm not talking about the whole competitive landscape and all that, just with our stock. I think bringing that group in may have gotten a higher price for AIP, percentage-wise. That's what I think. Because you see all those weird numbers, and the 10 million shares by. I think it added to the ability of AIP to perform. And it opens up a whole new group of companies and they know what they're doing, but it's a whole new group of companies that can join the network and also be acquired. So I think it's a great deal, but do we have to spend a lot of time understanding it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Champ is here. Added more, all right. Champ is here. That's great. That's what you should be doing today. You shouldn't be lulled to sleep. I'm telling you again, one of these days, it's going to be over $1 and never look back. Obviously, it wasn't with the announcement, but Justin Babish, finger couldn't hold above 2 coming back down. I didn't know that. I think a couple of things are going on in the background of finger. It may not be who I said, it may be somebody else, but what the volume was so much, it may be somebody wanted to sell stock, and so, but they wanted it up. That could be. It also could be they wanted the stock price up so they could do that acquisition with the fewest amount of shares possible. And the other thing on my mind, about Finger, is that I think they're going to have to raise money. But, who knows? G-Bucks right now is down 2 cents, better than it was, at 30 cents. QMMM is 119. T-Low's down 29. So T-Low yesterday got over 2 and went up when that guy or girl came on and brought it up, and obviously they used that to short it back down. Now it's $1.64. And then Railtown is still up a penny. But let me see what Finger's doing. Wow, down 32 cents. Yeah, a lot of volume. 600, Justin, that's right. 600,000 shares. So just take 500 of that, and instead of focusing just on today, say yesterday and today, maybe over, but just pick 500,000 shares times 30 cents. I think it's 15 grand, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's more than that. 150 grand. So just for pumping it up, pump up the volume, and then promoting, you sell you take 150 grand out of the market. And I already gave you one potential, but maybe it's an investor doing it. Or maybe it's shorts. Guys, the short-term opportunity is huge with these. It's always there in the market. It's always been in the markets. But what Wall Street is unfairly set up is there's no buying. And there's no regulating. There's no uptick rule. It's all unfair. It's all crap. But anyway, I don't want to get off on a drift on that. I'm not going to read that out loud for YouTube requirements. Probably anyway. Steve, how are you? I was thinking about you today because I think you bought stock at 22 cents, some of it anyway, if my memory's right. But that must have been tough watching the last 2 days of action. It might have given you some stress, but that's when I remembered that was hammering home, get in early, because when it goes up, it can always pull back quickly and you'll be stronger. You'll be able to withstand it. And that's why I was thinking about you. I think you were in a position, it wasn't pleasant, but you were in a position maybe by acting early when Tony Two Shoes, Two-Face Tony, was saying sell and get out, it's a scam. Williams, whatever he was saying. He's totally changed his mind now. But you acted. And so, yeah, it's not fun to have it come down that quickly, but you're still ahead. And that gives you strength. And so I'm glad you established your position. The next weeks ahead are going to be very exciting. I on average, from here to the end of the year, $1 a week. $1 a week. $1 a week. How many weeks? How many weeks? That's my projection. My prediction. My prediction? Pain. All right, I see where we are. So next week, over $1. Following week, over $2. Halloween week, over $3 on average. I'll go with it. Election day week, over $4. Remembrance Day in Canada, over $5. Whatever that week is in the third week of November, over $6. Thanksgiving week, over $7. By Pearl Harbor Day, over $8. The second week of December, over $9. The week of Hanukkah, over $10. The week of Kwanzaa, over $11. And maybe you include the first week of January, $12. So I guess that's my target, $12 by the end of the year. And I think, Steve, you're going to, because of your foresight and your action, you were able to ride out that very sharp storm over the last 2 days. More could be ahead, but I think the rewards are just ahead of you. And I know that's gimmicky, $1 a week. I'm not saying it's going to go straight up, but I bet by the end of the year, first week, let's say by the New Year's, you look back, $12. $12. Julius Quayam, good things are coming next week. I think so. I think you're going to, I just have to guess. I think you are going to see the finalization of that acquisition next week. Will they announce it or just file it? I don't know. But I think it'll be next week. I'm just going with high probability, I think you'll start to see something from Railtown's pipeline. Maybe they make an announcement. Maybe it's a presentation that gets uploaded. I don't know. And then on the AIP side, I don't know. I think it'd be pushing it for AIP to have something out next week if they still have to get that vote done. So I guess that would be it next week. And then the following weeks, I think you're going to see Railtown revenue pipeline being announced, and I think you'll see roll-ups of the companies being announced. And it'd be fun next week, but it'll probably take a couple of weeks. I think it'd be fun for this guy to put out a new research report. I'd love to see. He said his target was $2, and it still is, by the way. No one, I can't believe people aren't just buying it up. If you just listen to this analyst, $2 before AIP at a $3 billion market, 3% penetration. He come up at 12x. He came with 20% expanded stock, which is now wrong, but it's not too far off. Well, it's 20% off. But anyway, he came up with $2 at 12x. We're all tired and worn out, but we should be buying. I don't have the money. It's easy for me to say. What was the MOU between AIP and Digital? Well, we can go over it again. We can go over it again, Justin. David Hendricks, we know where we are. Where do we go from here? I think nothing today, David. It's a 3-day weekend in Canada, so I don't think anything on Tuesday. I think on Wednesday or Thursday, I'm making a projection. I think on Wednesday or Thursday, they'll either announce or file anyway that the vote's in, the transaction's completed. I would guess that next week you could have the beginning in some sort of organized fashion or in some way coordinated with attorneys and with the regulators. I don't know about revenue. I don't see any particular revenue numbers in each announcement, but I think the company, now that this deal is, next week, when it's done, I think they're going to have to start putting out any material agreements they've entered into. And I think they've been working all along. So, David, I think there's a pretty good chance you'll see some revenue announcement or something like that next week. And I'll say the middle of the week. I'll say Wednesday. The following week, I think it'll happen again. The following week, I think it'll happen again. I think you'll see an announcement every Wednesday from here until January on the Railtown side. Maybe the one thing I don't, and we should talk about it maybe with Corey, but if I were running it, I would tell the guys at AIP, let's not make any deals until the stock's $5. That's what I would do. Or something. So anyway, I don't think you're going to, but I don't know this. I'm just projecting it. I don't expect an AIP roll-up announcement for the soonest I'd expect it is 2, 3, 4 weeks from now. And then you could get 2 or 3 or 4 of those, I think. And that'd be great. I think, David, you're going to see, and here, again, I'm projecting. I don't know how old this research analyst is at, I don't know if I have the front page here. Yeah, I do. There it is. at Research Capital, this guy. Venkata Velagapudi. I don't know how young he is, but if I were that analyst, I'd have this an update to this report out to my system in Canada. I'd have it out to my system Monday or Tuesday next week. That's what I would do. But he may not. It may require a lot of data and phone calls. And of course, if he has already called Corey, if I were Corey, I'd return his call because I would want that out. So anyway, David, I think you could see this research report updated next week. Maybe it's 2 weeks, but I think within the fortnight, I would expect to see a new research report. And just as a guess, he used 12x as his multiple and came up with $2 a share. If he increased that multiple to 5 times higher than that, what is 5 times? That's 60x. Look, the multiples, I think, on Railtown, as we go early, are going to be very high. The company SoundHound, SOUN, to my memory, next year is projecting around 178 million. It might be as high as 200 million, but no profit or slight profit. I think Railtown, I don't know about by the end of this year. I don't know about that. But I think sometime in the first quarter, February-ish, I think they'll be able to project forward 12 months, and it might be 200 million. But my point is, Railtown they are the AI, they are the agent. I think SoundHound has to lease it. So there's going to be revenue, but there's going to be profits with Railtown. So anyway, SoundHound right now is trading at 35 times revenue. 35 times. I think it'd be, I don't want to use 35 times for this guy's numbers. Let's use 50 times in my mind, or anyway, we'll find out. But 50 times his projections from last time would give you a target of $10 a share. And if you want to take 20% off of it for the expanded shares, it's $8 target from this guy, maybe next week or the following week. I don't know what his pull is, but anyway, David, I think you're going to get a research report within 2 weeks from this guy. Now, I'm just going by what I would do if I were that analyst. I think you're going to have other research too. I think you'll get maybe RBC Dane Rauscher. You may get TD Toronto Dominion. You may get, you definitely, I think, will get, I don't know when, it might be delayed, but you'll get a Canaccord report. Research reports soon, and I bet you get a handful of them by the end of the year. I do think we will have an interview here with Corey. I'd be very honored by that, but it's for you. It's it's you guys getting it. So I don't know when, but I would say that would be earliest next week, but maybe the following week. And I think that'll be good. I'll get help maybe from Busy Brands or Kirsten, or is it Kristen? Kristen Shaughnessy, but somebody to help me be more professional, and that'd be good. But I also understand that Corey's going to go out to a handful of marketing people with interviews. I'm not the only one. And then there was David Hendricks. There was, and I should look it up, there was a press release out about 2 months ago, maybe 3. They issued some stock in a strategic financing at 50 cents Canadian, maybe. $500,000, maybe. We can go through it. But it was some group, and I believe they are out of London. And I think their clientele, their clients are these large family offices in the Middle East. What else would I think would be coming? I think buying's coming, David. I think buying's going to come in. And as I warned, although I didn't expect it to be the first step, it's going to be stagger step in terms of price as it gets to 5. It could accelerate over 1, accelerate over 2, accelerate over 3, accelerate over 4. But I think once it gets to 5, it could double in 24, 48 hours. And that's counterintuitive, but a lot of institutions cannot buy the stock until it's 5. The whole Merrill Lynch army, the herd of bulls over there, they can't recommend it to their clients until it's over 5. And that's the pattern on the rest of Wall Street. So I repeatedly said you could get a startup, pulls back, goes up, pulls back. But I think each step of the way, and maybe that's the way to look at it, as Railtown goes up, it's not going to collapse. That becomes the new support. So I think buying's going to come in, and I don't think buying's coming in today, obviously, but I think it'll start Tuesday. I don't think it's going to be big on Tuesday, David, because I think Canadian families and Canadian bankers probably will take Tuesday morning to fly home to get back. So I think the real buying from Canada, and I think that's the only buying that matters, is Canadian buying. I think it starts Wednesday and it never lets up. I think it will possibly, if the I say criminals, not all shorts are criminals, but you know what I mean. If they can just print a lot of shares that don't exist for a while, maybe it doesn't go up for the first couple of days. But my prediction, David, once the buying start, I don't think there's been a lot of buying the last 3 or 4 days of institutional or family offices. I think when the buying starts, this stock goes to $1.50 almost in an hour, and maybe it pulls back to $1.25, and then the next wave will take it to $1.75, $2.25, and maybe it pulls back to $1.90. The next wave will take it to $2.75, $3. Maybe it pulls back to $2.50. And then the next wave will take it to $3.50, $3.75. And maybe it pulls back to $3.25. But the next wave, I think, takes it to $4.50. pulls back maybe to 410, something like that. And then the next wave takes it to 550, 575. And I don't think there's any pullback then. Maybe it comes back to 550 from 575. And the next day it opens at 6.25. And all of a sudden, in the space of 72 hours, it's a $12 stock. That's what I think's ahead, David. I think our experiences are the, oh my gosh, we've been lied to by, the legal law firm never went into GTII, and the gold company didn't go into G-Bucks, and Logic never rolled up the 8 companies they said they would, or MMTLP was trading, and then Jessica Hopper actually stops trading. It looks like it was squeezing. So we have all that in our head. But this is a time to try to, if we can, just dismiss all of that out of our head. What's ahead of you, David, from here at 50 cents? I think today the stock will close at 52, 55 cents. I think Monday it's drifts upward to 60 cents. I think Wednesday it closes at $1.25. I think Thursday, let's say 2 days, Wednesday, Thursday, $1.25, and Friday maybe it closes at as high as $2 on Friday. The next week maybe they'll try to get it down or whatever, but by then you'll have research coming out. Analysts will be trying to get their research out so they look good and they get bonuses. I think you're going to have private equity buy, small funds buying it next week. I think family offices are going to start coming in. I think the people like you and like myself who saw that news Wednesday and said, what the hell is an amalgamation, and what the heck does this mean, and why is the stock not doing better? And then the stock was down. I think a lot of those people haven't been able to buy, but they probably have Corey on their speed dial, and they called him. I bet today's Friday. I was worn out Wednesday. I was totally knackered yesterday. I bet Corey lost more hair. No, just kidding. I think he shaves his head. That's like my friend my friend Tom. One time I saw him at a gathering. He's my college room, one of my college roommates. I was so glad to see him. I'm walking in. I don't know whatever possessed me, but he was sitting down. It was everybody's wearing suits kind of situation. And I walked up from behind and I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, Tom, it's great to see you, but Tom, you're losing hair. Because he was sitting down. I could see the top of his head. He used to have all this big bushy hair. So he stood up and he looked down at me and he said, well, at least I can see the top of your head. Anyway, I'm not trying to, but it was just trying to have a little bit of jest in there. I'm not trying. I don't know Corey. I don't know if that would make him mad or not to say that. So I should be careful. But I think Corey's been on the phone, the emails, the calls for a presentation. Do you have time here? Can you jump on this Zoom call? Hey, the guys over at AAP want to talk to you. Mavericks, Ruffalo calls in. Hey, my biggest investor would love to do you have time? I would imagine that Corey Brandolini has been run ragged Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I bet it won't let up over the weekend. So, David, I think all of our reactions out of stress, out of holding on, delayed gratification almost, when it kind of, the news, which wasn't complete, came out and kind of laid a bomb, which I don't think it did. I think it was really good news. The horses got into the gates. The last horse is in and it's ready to go. Where, to use that, the other more current analogy might be good. The receiver took a knee. The commercials are over after the weekend, and the umpires set the ball and the whistle's going. And Tuesday morning, maybe he blows the whistle, and you can look at Tuesday as everyone's in the huddle coming up with a plan. But I think Wednesday, it's hut, and it's, just like a football team that maybe is playing a good defensive team, it won't be all one drive. But I think from here, David, to the buyout, because that's what I think is going to happen, of Railtown, you're going to have the most enjoyable football game you've ever watched. And you're going to stop thinking that this is a company or a stock that we need to be pissed off or anxious or worried that we're being diddled somewhere. I think you're going to see that soon, and I think it starts Wednesday. I think it starts Wednesday. It could be Tuesday, but you know how vacation is in Canada. I think it starts Wednesday, and you'll never ask that question anymore. I'm not picking on the question, David, but you won't have that feeling anymore. You won't say, so now what happened? And I know part of your question was that I shouldn't be talking about what just happened the last few days, but I guess I felt like I needed to go over the context of it, I guess. And so maybe you were right. I didn't need to. I guess my biggest message to you, Dave, is I do not think, although I appreciate it, and I'll have the interview, and we'll see if we can continue to be interactive. But I don't think this stock needs us to be engaged. It'd be fun, and obviously there's always a benefit. But this juggernaut may start out as a train where, like the old wooden powered trains where you start the fire and and it's a heavy train and you have the brake on, but once you start releasing it, it slowly comes out. Maybe all trains do that, like that huge coal train out of Montana that goes down to Alabama or somewhere down there. Massive train. It's so big. It goes up one hill and down, and then it's up and down a hill behind it. But maybe that takes a while to get going, but once it's going, it's just it's gonna roll over everything. So Justin, I think where you go from here is you buy the stock today, you add to your position, and Monday, and as it goes up, you might want to buy. But I think after you have your position, starting Wednesday, you're just going to enjoy every week. You're going to enjoy it. If it were quoted in the newspaper, you'd love getting up every morning and opening up your page. That's what's ahead. You've been through the hard part in real time. And it gives people a chance here to buy more shares, but the way ahead is going to be the fun part in real time. The cautions are if we're hit by an asteroid, or if the Anunnaki are returning, or if the volcano destroys the grid, or if the market, if we go to war, or if the market crashes. Those will be some interruptions in the story. But where we go from here to be kind of, simplistic, I think you see the stock at $5 very soon. And I think you go to, I've given my target $55 by May 5th. But there's nothing in the rule books that doesn't say the company couldn't be bought out before then. Now, I'm not saying you should count on that at all, nor be disappointed if it doesn't happen. I'd rather it took longer. But my point is bringing it up that this is a fast-moving market, and that the demand, the excitement, we've seen it in the headlines. So I wouldn't be quick to get out of the stock. I would not be quick to get out of the stock. If it goes to 5 or 550, I think was my original example. If it does that in the next couple of weeks, I wouldn't sell. That people are going to try to get you to sell. But I think our job now is going to be as easy as just hang on. Just hang on. I think it's going to be exciting, David. I don't know if I can't remember if I gave you anything concrete. I think the press releases regarding the pipeline will start soon. And I think the vote to acquire AIP will be finalized over the weekend. No one's told me that. But so I think it'll be announced Wednesday. No one's told me that, but that's the time frame I think is coming up. And I think buying's coming in, regardless of news, regardless of research reports, regardless of anything from here. Maybe the only thing holding it up, or one thing that would help some of the buying, is getting that AIP purchase finalized, which is just, I think it'll be this weekend. That'll happen. So I think it's going to be exciting from here. I don't know if I answered your question. I tried to, but now I think I'm just blabbering, so I'm going to move on. Richard K. Run, William, run. Railtown to $75 within 6 months. I would say there's a good chance within 9 months, give or take a quarter, that the stock is bought out by Microsoft or by NVIDIA or something. And I think $75 is too low. Don't be mad though if it comes, if it's bought out for Microsoft stock at $60. Don't be mad at me, but I think 75 is too low. So, Richard, when I read your prediction, I go, good gosh, you can't say that. But yeah, it could be. It could be, Richard. It could be $75 in 6 months. That's if you start with November, December, January, May, it could be. We'll know more as we go. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William. I want to give you, guys, I want to give you a prime example of what I was talking about yesterday. A company named Oklo IPO'd last summer. That rings a bell. IPO'd last summer at 11. Six months later, it was $22. Up 580, 150 today. All right, we'll look up Oklo as I go down this list. But Ward's saying these are the kinds of gains you'll see with RT. I think the buyout of the company will be over $175 a share. I know it's crazy numbers, but that's what I think. I said it. I mean, I think I've said it before, and I can argue for higher numbers than that. But I think the buyout of Railtown is going to be, it's going to be one of the stories on the headlines of all AI 2.0 magazines around the world. And that's the kind of stock you're in. I love that, Ward. Well, I'll try to get Oklo up. All right, let's see. I skipped Bill. Bill, want your opinion. Deutsche Bank has issued a grim warning for the AI industry, saying will bring down the U.S. economy when the bubble pops. Well, that's a pretty loaded question. I'm not saying anything bad about you or the question. I'm just saying it's got a lot in it. I can observe that Deutsche Bank has a lot of gall to talk. They're the ones that they really almost brought down Germany. But anyway, let's not go over that. I haven't read the warning, and I'll see if I can. AI industry is a broad discussion. Usually when the media or analysts are talking about AI, or often they're talking about those 6 or 7 companies, the Mag 7 and a few others. And those, obviously, in a correction, I don't remember the metrics right now, but at some point there, NVIDIA was trading at 70 times earnings. I don't know where it is now, but these MAGA 7 stocks carried the whole market for, it seems like forever, And obviously, if there's a correction in the market, the NVIDIAs, the Microsofts, the Apples are going to collapse. Question is, will they rebound? Of all of those Magna 7 stocks, I think the most vulnerable might be Apple. But I gotta, it's a theory of mine. I gotta flesh it out. But Apple's not coming up with anything unique anymore. And there's no real reason to buy the new phone or the new anything. But China's got amazing new phones. Tesla has the satellite system, and Tesla's coming out with iPad killer, and with AI coming up. What's so special about Safari? I don't know. I would say Apple needs Steve Jobs back, because this guy Tim is a good functionary. He gets things done. He has a list. He gets it done, but he's not a visionary. Apple's going to need a visionary. So maybe who knows? Maybe if Apple truly gets hurt, I don't know. The other part of the AI industry that I think is kind of ridiculous is all these chat GPTs and these kind of things. And are those models and those valuations sustainable? I mean, maybe not, but it was those kind of many different companies, all trading at high multiples, all with similar names. That's what happened with the dot-coms, the dot bombs. And I would imagine out of, and I'm sorry, I don't know that many of the names, but I would imagine out of hundreds or thousands of those companies, when the crash comes, fewer, I don't, less than 20% will still be around. So those two aspects of AI, I can see where they're grim. The warnings are grim. The other thing going on in AI, and I want to study it again, Bill, I am unable to recreate it clearly to my satisfaction, but it's the financing side of AI. There's a lot of sales of these, I don't know all the vocabulary, but for lack of better words, a big block of the NVIDIA chips or the coolers or the casings, the computers can all be agreed for sale, and then they book that revenue, and then they use that to make another acquisition. There's an aspect, and I can't quite explain it. There's an aspect of sort of a daisy chain among these companies and suppliers and sellers and each other, and then it gooses each of their valuations upward. And that could be, and I got to find I've got to research it. I've just been too busy to do I've just been, I don't know what. I haven't been able to follow up on things I want to research. But I think that they're vulnerable there. And that might extend to data centers, because data centers are borrowed money. Lots of times the dire warnings come regarding data centers, the use of water, the use of energy, the high cost of electricity, the competition. but I don't know if they're talking about that. I'd like to read their warning. I don't know. But then you say, bring down the U.S. economy. AI will bring down the U.S. economy? I don't think so. I think the U.S. economy, the world economy is going to hit a wall. We've had so much malallocation of capital. Our country's been run by almost a Marxist ideology. That's probably too strong. But the Stephanie Kelton idea that the government can spend as much as it wants, because like a woman, like reading a fantasy coloring book and there's a unicorn and a prince is going to show up and make everything okay. She's a PhD. I'm sure she's smart and hell of a lot more accomplished than I am. But the idea that you can keep printing money without consequence is pure fantasy. But we've been doing it. She's had a lot of credibility in the market because it's easy to hear. So I think the U.S. stock market, the whole economy, it's not coming down because of AI. I think it's because we're not ready for what's coming. And I also think it's because years of starting with Bill Clinton and NAFTA, and particularly the World Trade Organization, we've given everything away to China. And they would have gotten there anyway, but we've given it all away. And China's not in a perfect position either. They got a lot of debt. But I don't think AI is going to take down our economy. The bubble's going to pop on a 45-year bull market in everything. The only asset out there that hasn't made new highs was silver since 1980, but that either changed today or is about to change. Now the bubble popping, the bubble you hear that's going to pop is on the massive run in bonds, interest rates, real estate, stocks, leverage, hedge funds, brokerage firms, financialization. That's what's going to pop. It's not, AI is not going to cause it. In terms of my targets, I think Railtown's going to be purchased by Microsoft or NVIDIA or AMD or Apple out of cash or Constellation Software, again, out of cash and cash flow. So I think, one way to look at it, if let's say NVIDIA were to buy Railtown, today, It's already down a bit, but let's say it bought Railtown today. The market cap is 4.68 trillion. Can I just call it 4.7? So it's, well, I'll use it. I can use 4.68. So if NVIDIA paid 1% of its market cap in stock for Railtown, right? Let's say at these prices 45 days from now. That would be 46 billion 800 million they pay in stock. Divided, let's use 250 million shares. That's a target of 187. Now, I think NVIDIA would pay 1% in a bidding war. They'd throw it out. That's 187. Now, obviously, that seems really high, but grant me that. So NVIDIA, I'm gonna call that 190, which is in line with what I think will happen, all things being equal. But now let me look up NVIDIA and see if I can get a PE ratio from Yahoo. Yeah, 53. The PE ratio is 54, but let's call it 53, 53.55. So the PE ratio is 53. And let me just find out what the U.S. market PE ratio is right now. For the S&P 500, it's 28%. So it's really not that far out of whack if you're in a good market. And let's just pick one energy stock because that'll be low. Let's pick probably the best energy stock, oil and gas, Exxon, and see what their PE is. Exxon's PE ratio is 15. 16. All right, so I think when the market, as you call it, bubble pops and the market crashes, I think the PE ratios on stocks like NVIDIA are going to crash. And of course, Exxon will go down, everything will go down at first. But I think there'll be a change in leadership. I don't know if it'll be Exxon right away, but over the next 5, 10, 15 years, that PE ratio on Exxon and others will go up, and NVIDIA may come down. But if NVIDIA's earnings are growing, I think this target of 28 right now in the S&P, if things are going well for NVIDIA after the crash and come back out and for the next decade or two, I think NVIDIA could maintain a 25, 30 multiple on earnings. So my point being that there is going to be some collapse of these stocks, but the future, unless we're hit by an asteroid, and population collapse is an issue, but the future of our civilization, absent a dystopian brick wall is software and computers. So I think there'll be a rearrangement of the markets and the multiples, but how far back does NVIDIA come? I don't know. It's 170. Let's just say it goes down by half. Let's just say it goes down by half. It probably in the sell-off it'll be less, but let's say it settles in at half. I would say that would be my adjustment. The buyout happens at $80 of NVIDIA stock instead of 190 maybe. I don't think these people like Bezos or Zuckerberg or Andreessen or all these Elon Musk, they've been through up and downs and cycles. Their plans are for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and they're supranational. They can go make their money elsewhere around the world if need be. But I think any crash, as you call it, a bubble popping, I don't really think it affects the long-term viability of Railtown's business. This is not flash in the pan. AI 2.0 is here to stay. To again quote James Altucher, the wealth creation in AI 2.0, the technological change. We haven't seen this kind of technology disruption for 150 years, and it's going to create wealth. So just, when you talk about the overall market, 7 stocks took up the US market. If they come down, I don't think it's going to destroy. There'll still be commerce. There'll still be the world. And to describe AI as those, it's different than Railtown. Now, what isolates Railtown from collapse is, and we'll learn more about it, is the data centers exist in Canada. The energy exists in Canada, hydropower and natural gas. And the demand for software improvement and upgrading, particularly in an economic collapse and a bubble, is going to be gigantic. And the government spend, if and when there's a crash in the market, the amount of money coming out of the central banks and the government is going to be gigantic. And it's going to go to software and other things, but a lot of it's going to go to efficiency, improving your ability to deliver and on time and quality, all software. And that's where Railtown is. So Railtown is so cheap right now at 50 cents. I think it should be $20, $25. I'm saying $5.50, but I think Railtown already should be in the teens or in the 20s compared to all the other hype. There's no hype in Railtown, Bill. There's no hype in that price. There's nothing to pop in Railtown. So I think if you're talking about the bubble popping, I think the stock market is going to go, the Dow's going to go to 65,000. It could happen before the end of this year, or it could happen in the first quarter of next year. And I think it's going to go in a way that it's a mania none of us have experienced. People around you, probably not you, Bill, because you're not a speculator, but a lot of speculators will make huge money. People who are conservative will be left behind during that run up. I'm talking about the market going up in 3 months, giving returns that normally could take 3 to 5 years. That's what's coming, I think, at some point. After that, it's going to crash. Well, that part hasn't happened yet. And after that, I think the crash in the market, the bubble popping, I don't think the bubble's blown up to its full size. But after that, the bubble popping is going to be the deleveraging of the financial system. A lot of banks are going to be in trouble. Travel, hotels, a lot of things are going to get a real adjustment. But what's going to exist afterward? After the crash, we're going to stop having commerce. We're going to stop living in a society. That's not what happens. You get the crash and you rally back. And I don't think the correction in the market will last more than a year or so, a year and a half. And then everything starts coming back. And where money will be spent in the United States, because we'll no longer be the world's hegemon. We're not now. But we're going to put people to work. The men will probably have to do the work out in the highways and bridges and all that. Maybe some women. But we're going to reshore a lot, I think. And so we're going to rebuild our infrastructure, build out we should anyway, build out our ports, our factories, and bring robots. And probably we're going to have to start living because I also think oil prices are going up. We're going to have to start living within walking distance and with public transportation. We're going to have efficiency in transportation. We're probably going to have a lot of distance learning rather than going to conferences. We're going to do a lot of our work in the cloud. It doesn't change my projection. I think the future is female clouds. The future is female and AI. So I think that's fear mongering by Deutsche Bank. It depends on who you listen, but you gotta know what you mean and define what you mean by AI. I haven't read the article, so it doesn't alarm me. I mean, Railtown's not in the bubble. It's not inflated. If the market crashed tomorrow, Railtown, there's nothing to crash. So anyway, let me see if you had more to say. The bank is saying the AI crash is going to happen soon. Oh, it has nothing to do with Railtown. Let me see what you're talking about. I don't expect an AI crash, but if you're talking about these weird chat bots and all that, sure, that's going to consolidate. But AI 2.0, quantum computing, the data partnerships, the data centers, they may have been overbuilt in some places, but I don't agree with you or with them. I don't know if you're saying it. Let me see. AI crash. Let me write that. Deutsche Bank. As of October 25th, there's been no crash. Okay. The bank's analysts have warned about a potential unsustainable AI spending boom. Okay. There's no question there's a mania going on. That's why I think the company might get sold more quickly. There's a whole lot of motivation for bankers to get their fees. And also, a lot of these companies are feeling vulnerable. They want to have the best AI. Railtown's cutting edge. It's not all the other crappy companies. Hey, let's put AI in our title. In September and October of 25, Deutsche Bank issued multiple research notes expressing concerns that massive investment in AI infrastructure is not economically sustainable. Okay. It's the data centers, it's the water, that's different than, that's completely different than Railtown. Deutsche Bank highlighted a projected $800 billion gap between the annual revenue needed to fund AI computing power and current revenue streams. That's true. It's trillions of dollars. But Railtown doesn't need. So then you're asking, can the revenue streams feed all mouths? And the answer may be no. But Railtown's the best, or one of the best. It'll be fed. Analysts fear that if tech spending on AI infrastructure slows without tangible, broad-based product, okay, that's a discussion I've seen. Is there really going to be productivity gains by using AI? Well, you're going to the end user case, not you, Deutsche Bank, to the very end user case, like the Chat GPT, or what if SoundHound puts AI in in everybody's automobile? That may or may not be the case. Is the whole industry going to evaporate? On the margin, there may be those disappointments. The gap, there may be that gap. But the product that Railtown's created helps software development teams. And if you're arguing that software development's going to disappear, I should have to ask you to step outside. How's that? How's that skit go? I'd like to buy a fish license. I'd like to buy a fish license for my pet fish, Eric. You have a pet fish named Eric? Yes, he's an halibut. I picked him out of the thousands. The rest were too flat. You are a loony.
Excuse me, I would like to buy a fish license, please. The man's sign must be wrong. I have in the past noticed a marked discrepancy between these post office signs and the activities carried out beneath. But soft, let us see how Dame Fortune smiles upon my next postal adventure. Hello, I would like to buy a fish license, please. A what? A license for my pet fish, Eric. How do you know my name is Eric? My fish's name is Eric. Eric the fish. He's an elephant. What? He is an elephant. Yes, I chose him out of thousands. Unlike the others, you're all too flat. You're a loony. I am not a loony. Why should I be tarred with the epithet loony merely because I have a pet halibut? I've heard tell that Sir Gerald Navarro has a pet prawn called Salmon, and you wouldn't call Sir Gerald a loony, would you? Furthermore, Dawn Palethorpe, the lady showjumper, had a clan called Sir Stafford after the late Chancellor. Alan Bullock has two pikes, both called Norman, and the late great Marcel Proust. If you're calling the author of RLAIF shares to Tom Perry a loony, I should have to ask you to step outside.
All right, all right.
Yes.
I should have to ask you to step outside. Well, Bill, I think it's fear mongering. It's not going to affect Railtown. Railtown's 50 cents. Railtown's going to do probably by the time it's all done and said, it might be part of a new company, but it'll do $500 million, $1 billion in revenue. Will it be getting 20 times revenue? Probably not. Will it get 20 times? 30? Yeah, probably. But it has nothing to do with a Deutsche Bank article on digital spend. I mean, those are big, broad economic theories that are, which are, you can worry about them, but we'll have commerce. Commerce is changing. We're not going back to bunker ramos and compact computers. We're going forward, and that's a race going on, and it's unstoppable. It's a lot of money, and just because Deutsche Bank writes a report is not going to stop the acquisition, the arms race by acquirers of this next technology. And it's just not going to happen. And Railtown isn't trading at 70 times earnings. Of course, you're going to say, well, it doesn't have any earnings. We don't know that either. But Railtown's not trading at $100 billion. It's bloody trading at $85 million. There's no bubble here in Railtown. But anyway, I'll try to find the research. Ward Richardson, Bill Miko, that is just noise. Just ignore it. Justin Babich, I don't think Railtown's tech is any part of any bubble. Their product creates savings and efficiency at yes, and what happens in crashes isn't that life stops and we go back to wearing wooden shoes and buying our meat at a butcher with carcasses hanging from the ceiling. That's not what happens. A crash is a change in the valuations of things. It reorients the allocation of capital in a society. And AI is not going away. It's not going away. Now, you can argue on the margin if we can afford the overspend in data centers. Who knows? Somebody's going to lose in the data center race. Is it going to be Canada? Is it going to be the United States? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be the Middle East? Russia? Somebody will lose. But until then, everybody is competing. But even the loser is still going to use and do, I guess, software. So the idea that Deutsche Bank, a bank itself, who was rumored to bring down the whole financial system, it's important intellectually all that. That's all important, but it's irrelevant here. Railtown is in the middle of, this is what's going on, Justin, with Railtown. And it's what they were doing a year ago that got me excited about the company. But then in the meantime, everything went on hold while they bought AIP, which I think's good. Because one of the natural buyers for Railtown is Constellation Software. All Railtown's doing now is proving that their agentic framework, or whatever the hell it's called, is first to market, is SOC2 compliant. It is SOC compliant. It is world class. I would say that the guys there at AIP asking to be purchased by them is at least one clear indication that this conductor suite is best in class. And then you've got the software business, which Mark Andreessen says software is going to eat the world. It's the biggest single business in the world. $300 billion on upgrading software, not on data centers, not on this AI spend that Deutsche Bank is talking about, but maybe overlapping a bit with what Deutsche Bank is talking about. $300 billion to upgrade software. Well, that software is languishing there anyway. A lot of it's 20, 30 years old. It's going to have problems. These are maintenance issues that have been delayed. Data breaches. You just saw airlines, airports collapse. There was some other data breaches, security breaches. Everything's going to AI recognition. You walk around in the airport, they know who you are. That's going to digital IDs. This isn't going to go away, Bill Mako. It's not going away. And how do companies catch up? We could go back to the old way. We could make sure there's 100 developers sitting in a room and in the conference room and then hooked up by Zoom call in 2 or 3 areas. Or the new way is you come down to 5 programmers and the AI agent from Railtown. You're comparing, I don't know what, I mean, it's like bringing a study that says modern men are having a testosterone crisis, and then saying, how is Carlos Alcaraz going to play at the French Open? It's just, it doesn't connect. But I don't want to dismiss it out of hand. But Railtown is what all companies need. They don't need the entire universe of companies to hire them to make this a fantastic revenue producing company. Target, not next year, maybe not in 3 years, but target. $300 billion a year spent on AI upgrade of software. Oh, it's all going to go away because Deutsche Bank said it. At a 3% penetration, that's $9 billion in revenue a year for Railtown. $9 billion. At 3% penetration on a $300 billion a year need. Well, Deutsche Bank says it's not profitable, and they said there's going to be a shortfall. let's say the $300 billion spend every year drops to $150 billion spend. Well, to get to 9 billion, Railtown would have to get a 6% penetration. Perfectly plausible. Or you take the 9 billion and you cut it in half. It's not going away. Might be reduced. But if you cut 9 billion in half, you've got 4.5 billion, which still seems preposterous. But 4.5 billion at a low multiple, 12. Let's say times 12. Still is a $54 billion company. Let's say it's 5 years from now. And you divide it by, I don't know, 300 million shares. It's $180 stock. Your concern about AI that maybe you're trying to spread, or maybe not, is actually buttresses why companies are going to buy Railtown. I just gave you an example that if Railtown gets 3% of half the projected target market at 12x, it's $180. If you don't want to use 12x, you think that's ridiculous, you multiply that by half, you use 6x, it's $90. Companies will pay for this because they don't want to be obsolete. So I actually think Deutsche Bank's, the way you presented Deutsche Bank's research actually supports the case for Railtown to be acquired. That's my reaction to it. But I'll try to find the report. It's nice to bring it up. Ward, Justin Babish agreed. Justin Babish, some AI is used as a toy. RT's AI is used as next generation. Exactly. Oh, it's for auditing. Account settings. I knew it was something, but it's required in getting the contracts. I know that. Account settings, SOC 2 is for auditing purposes. Ward Richardson, the reason AI stocks are flying high in the last 3 months is because NVIDIA released the Blackwell Ultra chips that will be integrated into the AI infrastructure globally. That being said, the Blackwell Ultra will move 1 million times faster. I repeat, 1 million times faster than the Blackwell chip. That is no BS. That's a quantum leap. That's the quantum leap. And I don't think bringing up an unrelated, frankly, I think that they're talking about something differently. They're talking about data and the revenue, and that's life of building up infrastructure. But to take advantage of that 1 million times faster, you're going to need 1 million times faster software, whatever it's going to be called, and you're going to need AI agents to help you get there. You're going to need Railtown. So I think it's going to be the Deutsche Bank concern. I think, as you presented it, I think actually redoubles my belief that it makes Railtown all that more important. If there's going to be a gap in revenue and there's going to be a gap in funding, what do you start doing? You start increasing your efficiency and your productivity and your profitability. How do you do that in software? You use the Blackwell chip or whatever it's called. And how do you integrate that, and how do you keep up with the Joneses? Railtown, Roadhouse. Service Organization Control 2 is widely recognized. This is from Account Settings Auditing Standard developed by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I want to join that. I think that's an organization that could use amalgamation in its title, and it would be a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah, that's great. Account. That's what it is. That's what it is. Account say. Jack Hamilton. Good afternoon. So a little low currently on investing funds, but it's still. I know. I don't have any investing funds, so I'm not criticizing anybody. I just maybe I should have gone out to a bigger audience. But I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't trying to take anybody else's audience or anything. But I just love people to be in it. And I'm glad you guys are all in it. Ultra will move 1 million times faster. I repeat, Ward says 1 million times faster than the Blackwell chip. Oh, it's the Blackwell Ultra. I got it. 1 million times. Unbelievable. Ward Richardson, I will be buying more shares Tuesday and gladly pay you on Wednesday. All right, Ward. Bravo, bravo. It brings up a good point that I think the reason that the over-the-counter market sucks and the NASDAQ market sucks and everything's electronic and everything's got the short selling and everything's got all this, and then the brokers just asset gather. Wall Street wants to control the value creation from soup to nuts, idea to IPO. They don't want any competition from the markets. And I just had an idea. I'm going to keep that one to myself. But it's not a genius idea, but it'd be fun. But the point I'm making is that Railtown, by investing in it, I think it's the one stock Wall Street missed. They didn't destroy it, so they didn't buy the technology out of bankruptcy. Their buddies suppressed the price, and then just by accident, the acquisition period took a long time. But we're able to get in at the price that Madison Dearborn went to Zuckerberg and said, here, quit Harvard and we'll give you some money. Or at the price that, the Malam funds gave Bezos, why don't you go start a, merchandising sales company. My point is, any other time, private equity would already be here. This would be controlled by some of those guys out of New York or Chicago or Palo Alto, and it would be insiders investing. It wouldn't be public. You'd have a round 1, round 2, round 8, round 9. And then by the time it's $100 or $500, it'd come out to you in the IPO or it'd be bought up. This is one of the assets that Wall Street hasn't sucked up. And you get to get in on the... I don't know what's lower. I guess they did some financings at, less than 20 cents. But if this weren't a public company, and if it weren't a new industry, this would be in the chain of private equity, a little money, move it up. They have it in their portfolio. They sell it to the next private equity, and they keep a little. And it's in their portfolio, and then it's up to Klein Perkins, and then it's up to, and you're in it here. Private equity would take 100x on this and then offer it to you in a mutual fund. You're in it here to get the 100x. You're in it. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Ward Richardson, William, I agree. There is a lot of talking behind the scenes with RT. I would like to be a fly in the wall at the office right now. Well, I'd love to be their exclusive banker. Could you imagine if you met Corey a little while ago and you got him to sign the contract and it said, I'm going to screen all the deals for you, Corey. I just want, a little bit up front, and I want a piece of the action for the rest of the contracts. That'd be fun, but totally non-relevant to the situation. But I think it'd be fun to be on the wall seeing it. I think it'd be great. I wish I could buy more. I wish I had the money that anyway, you could wishes and whatever is. All right, Bill Miko, the old sum on who some on Wall Street, who on Wall Street are saying NVIDIA, OpenAI, and Oracle are in $100 billion Ponzi scheme, moving $100 billion between companies that they don't have. If true, that would crash the economy. Well, it's not just they that are doing this. There's already, Jeffries is starting to collapse based on, I'm trying to remember the name of the company, not First Data, all this leverage and rehypothecation. All right, so you're doom and gloom about the economy. I would guess it'd make it tough. I would think that would have more of an impact on Harley Davidson's than it will on Railtown. But I agree. I don't know. I cannot comment on the specifics, but I have heard that there's a big, I don't know if there's loans, there's financing. I think there's a recognition of revenue too early, all of that. I've seen that. I can't fathom it, and I'll have to reread it. It could crash the countries. Something's going to crash the economy. I don't think it'll necessarily be that, but I think it's going to be leverage. That's leverage. What you're talking about is leverage. We are over leveraged. The financial system is massively over leveraged. That's why I think they want war with Russia and Iran. They need collateral. A lot of this is creating stuff to create collateral, to create loans, and the collateral sucks. Anyway, let me go down through the list, and I'll try to find what you just brought up, Bill Miko. Bill Miko, I'm going to have my very good friend Larry McDonald, who is on CNBC every week, and get his opinion real. Maybe his fund will buy some. I went to high school with Larry. Well, I think that's great, but I don't, yeah, try it, see what happens. I don't think funds necessarily will buy something under $1, but it'll be 5 by the time he looks at it. I think that's great. I think that's awesome. And I think it's a good idea. I'd love to know what he thinks. I'd love to know what he thinks. I think that's great. Chess night. Good afternoon, William. I thought I was going to have to pay 65 cents today. I got lucky and bought 15,000. And my count is now 1 million. Chestnut, you now have 1 million. I don't understand that number. 1002.00K. So you paid 15. All right, I'm going to write it down and try to figure it out. Chestnut. Bought 15,000. And my count now is 1002.000. I'll figure it out. I'll just add 15 to what you have. Dale Emmerich, good job though, by the way, Chestnut. That's great. That's brilliant. Dale Emmerich. Picked up 2,000 more. Good for you. 50 cents. 7,000 now. That's awesome. That's a great total, Dale. It's a great total. Good job. Thank you, Dale. That's awesome. Viking Storm. Larry McDonald, CNBC contributor and founder of the Bear Traps Report investment letter. Okay. I've heard the name, but I've never read that letter. Sounds interesting, though. Sean, so William is saying 55 on May 5th? Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a projection. It's like saying the Steelers will win the Super Bowl. I don't even know what a Steeler is, but I guess that's Pittsburgh. I don't think they're doing that well. But it's like saying Novak Djokovic will win the Australian Open. It's a projection. But yes, I'm saying 55 on May 5th. Chestnut, hi Daily, good pickup on your buy. Yeah. Larry sends me his Bear Traps report. His great new book published When Markets Speak. All right, I'll look that up. I'll look it up. Maybe read it, maybe buy it. Hoping it does the same as Oklo. 8 last year, 150 today. Well, I mean, those are the visions, and I think it's a reasonable vision, but you know, that high and that many months out, a lot of variability can occur. And I can be wrong on that projection, but Sean, the way I got to 55, I did revenue and multiples. I actually think the stocks will be worth more than that someday. But the way I got to that is just basic. It was a way to remember it. The stock, I think, when I was trading at 55 cents a few weeks ago, and I said I thought that the stock, after the news and I didn't mean that it would just happen in 5 minutes, and with maybe follow on and all that. That I said it could be a minute, an hour, a day, a week, a month, a quarter. So we're seeing, but I think the stock right now, Railtown, should be 550. So I think anybody buying the stock now has 10x. That's 550. And then the numbers I came up with for what Railtown could be worth, as the revenues project, much higher than 55, much higher. But I picked 55 because 55 cents goes to 550, 10x. 10x from 55 at 550 is $55 a share. And then I picked May 5th because it's 55, double nickels. Double nickels. It's just easy to remember. But I really think that's the target for Railtown: 55, 60, 75. And I don't want people thinking rail is hot money that they have to get out of. I don't think you have to get out. I don't think you have to be a stock trader. I don't think you have to be hot hands. And in fact, as it goes up, I think it might be very hard to get back in if you get out. Or let me just see. You know that song, Pump Up the Fire? Yeah. What, do I look like I look like I'm an old man? I can't listen to music? Chestnut, I bought my first 20 at 22 a few days after you brought it up. So, all right, you did get some, Matt. That's awesome. That's awesome. Steve, oh my God, I did get 12,519 at 23. Steve, I got well over 100K at under 30. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Chestnut. Bragger. I just hope to make as much as Steve has spent on Railtown. Steve, high highs, back to reality on low days. Dennis, Alex. I don't mean to be a killjoy, but I will anyway. Dennis, Alex, don't be a killjoy, but you shouldn't get our hopes up on these wild projections because they never happen. Then you'll be depressed for a week. Whatever. So you're saying you're not an adult? I don't know how many ways to say it, Dennis. You don't understand Railtown. You think it's GTII. You think it's G-Bucks. Railtown should be a $5 stock right now or higher. It will be, and it'll happen very quickly once the story gets out. And it's not going to matter what your little pithy things, Dennis. It'll just happen. And then your question is, why is it $5 if that happens? Because people expect big returns out of it. Yes, it can all be a bubble that pops someday, like the dot bomb bubble or the fracking bubble. Or it's human nature. All the money goes here, all the money goes there. It's just life. But Dennis, I'm going to repeat my May 5th target, $55 a share. And you can come on May 6th, and you can kill my joy then. You took my joy. Donna M., good afternoon, William, Jack, everyone. It feels good. I own RT. This doesn't stress me at all. Unlike other stocks I've invested with in the last 4 years. Bravo, 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 bravo. All right, they're going to close it up a penny at 50 cents. And it's 112,000 shares, and it's awesome. Chestnut, just under 600,000 spent. Steve, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Steve, if I get to 600,000, I'll be smiling ear to ear. Slow tonic, Rail Town. Justin Babish, my very first tax lot to get 12 months is December 23rd. That's funny. I think what I have a little bit outside, the rest is in my IRA. But I think it was 12/12 maybe. I'll have to look it up. But I think every 2 weeks you've been buying after that. Brilliant, Justin. Brilliant. That's tremendous. That is tremendous. I think that is that shows discipline. That shows it's kind of setting it aside, and it's dollar cost averaging. And I think, and I know what I wrote it down. I know what you have. I think you have 40,000 shares. I just think it's going to be an amazing experience. I think 40,000 shares, if I'm right, in May. And I, by the way, I don't think that's the final destination of the stock either. It's $2 million. And if a company buys it, you can increase your equity in your account without paying taxes. And if it's Constellation Software, I don't think you have to worry about a crash in the market. It'll go down. Everything will go down. But Constellation is a cash cow. Oh, Mr. William, I didn't say I would sell at 600. I'd just be happy. Oh, I see. I got you. I got you. Well, we'll see. Justin, I didn't feel like what we see RT doing down makes me look like they want to be acquired. I don't know if they want to be. I just think it's going to happen. And it makes sense because if you're the first mover, you're best in class, and it's successful, it's going to bring up a lot of competition. That'll take a while. The best way is to align yourself with someone with deep pockets and expertise and customers, and you claim the beach. Unless her husband still wants her. Justin Babish, it seems more like they're really going to build the industry for Canada. Yes, I think they're cooperating to create a Canadian industry, which helps us. Canada has huge energy resources, huge. And they have a lot of ice too. Justin Babish, really think they have more products coming in the future, not stopping. I don't know about that. I don't even know what an agentic tool really is. Justin Babish, don't know if Canada has the GPU processing centers even close to what some of the ones in the US has. Microsoft is trying to build a 2 gigawatt factory and a Colossus in Tennessee. I looked up Canada. They're building data centers. US is #1 in the world. China's just right behind. China has built the energy system. We don't even have an energy grid. We had to go bomb deserts and look out for 8 million murderous. No, I don't know. I don't want to say they're all like that. Just the prime minister is. But anyway, we're ahead. China's second. We may not stay ahead. Justin, remember Back to Future, 1.21 gigawatts, only a bolt of lightning or plutonium create. I didn't remember that. Dodd Champ is here. I try to keep in mind that my buying under $1 is. I love that. I love that. Anything under $1 is good. Dodd Champ, that's exactly right. We're talking about little pennies here. We got hurt the other day. Anything under $1. Anything under $2. Anything under $3. That's awesome. That's awesome. 49 cents is awesome. I think my average after buying 10 is like 48. It's awesome. It's a great average. Justin Babish, if RT expands into multi-layered, is it possible to sell the license to the products to the big boys and continue to create more? Yeah, I'm sure. It's a good line of thought. I think right now they're going to commercialize what they have, but they started with conductor. They have lang tracks, rail tracks, shredder. They came up with this little thing that's, I don't quite understand it. It's a screen. And then they just came out with their, I'm having a hard time remembering the name. It's like, anyway, they just came out with something else, and it'll pop in my head. So yeah, I think they're going to develop a lot, but their product is fantastic. They're going to go claim their revenues. Jack Hamilton, very well said about the last 4 years and current RT status. Bill Michael, I'm currently servicing a customer's motorcycle who works for a large oil and gas company in Texas. He told me yesterday, big layoffs on the way. I know. Tell him he's a good man and don't quit yet. Don't quit yet. It's going to come back. Saudi Arabia is going to up production. 12 million barrels a day. I don't think Saudi Arabia will be able to do that, or at least not sustained. But, you know, there's no way of measuring it. By the way, the AI bottle buy quota is not my take. So I'll look it up. I know it's not your take. I know. I'm just AI bubbles, the only thing stopping. All right, I'll do that. But tell your friend that this is the last. He's heard it before, but this will be the last downturn in oil, and it may last a year and a half, but then it's going to be his time for 20 years. I'd like to see RT get 25 penetration of 300 billion. That's a lot. That's a lot. We don't need it all, but it could. The point is the buyer of Railtown, if it happens, will be looking at those big numbers, like you just said. 102,000 for Chestnut. Okay. 102,000 for Chestnut. That's great, Chestnut. It's awesome. So you're saying I have a chance, Eric B says. Chestnut. I have fat fingers and do buying on the phone sometimes. Yeah, I have fat fingers too. And bad eyes. Northeast Iowa. We were all waiting for some type of news. We got one, maybe not what we're looking for. At least give the investors a sigh of relief. We know more is coming. Well, that's a good point. It also confirmed maybe not as much as we wanted it to. It confirmed the story as we understand it. So I think it was all good. Chestnut, I did buy 15,000. That's awesome. Just got in from the fields. Railtown ending of the green. Good feeling going into the 3-day weekend. Let's go. Yeah, I did say it was going to be up going into the 3-day weekend, but this doesn't count. This doesn't count. I think I got that. Well, it's slightly in the green. I thought it would go like 52 to 55. I didn't think it would go back to the highs. So it's good. It's good. I might sign out because I've got to make one call, but let me just see. I said we could go over that part of that report. The amalgamation agreement, the transaction, Digital Railtown's acquisition of AIP, combined with AIP's strategic partnership with Digital. So it's a 3-way, and I'm not going to go through it. Whoever I promised I was going to go through it, we can do it tomorrow or on Monday. All right. Oh, I guess I should go through these. Let me, I'm just going to put this on mute and try to make one phone call. And then that'll keep my mind from being distracted.
It's so wonderful here in central Mississippi. We woke up at about 60 degrees this morning. You just can't get much better than this. We got rain a few days ago, knocked some of the dust down, helped the grass a little bit, and now it's getting cooler, but it should. We're 10th of October. Now, it's one of the interesting things I've noticed since I was very young was we would, here in central Mississippi, we would usually end up running a little bit of air conditioning until about Halloween right in that area. So we're still about 20 days away from that. The reason I mention it is the seasons are changing. We got another tropical storm out in the Atlantic off the East Coast, turning right back towards Africa again. So things are definitely off. Now, what we're looking at is not a new image to you, but I've reran this thing through my computer. And for 2 reasons. One, I'm seeing quite a bit of, I don't know if it's disinfo, but really hyped info out there. And I don't know if it's a distraction or not. And there's one video, I actually have a copy of that video to where it's one of the guys, maybe in England, whatever. But anyway, he's got telescopes and stuff like that. And he's showing a flipping object coming down from the right to the left across the screen. I captured some images of that. Most of you have seen it, but something's just a little bit off about it. It may have been that it was so heavily manipulated around the edges of the comet, blacked out in other areas, and then highlighted right at the sections to where it's super pixelated. Not sure, but there's going to be some distractions. Now, there are beautiful comets out there all in the solar system right now. We've seen it. You got different atlases, you got different swans, and they're real comets. You can see them, and they are quite a show. Now, if you go to spaceweather.com on our website, which is bpearthwatch.com, scroll down to the links to the left, you'll see space weather. Click there, and then they've got space weather photos and images, and just look at the beautiful images from the different real comets. Now, we're going to go back to one of the first images that I took. I didn't take the image, I took it and put it into my computer. And we looked at it. It looked like we were getting pretty good Hubble images, or James Webb. I can't remember right now. We're going to look at it, though. But really good images of a few objects inside of that group. Now, the more I look at this one from the last video, guys, it's not a comet. You've got these stars, and it looks like you've got about 6 exposures in these time lapses here. And what that does is give you, these are a lapse in the movement, but this is the object right here in the circles. And now it's about 6 different shutter events happening to get these blurs. And some people are showing some of these blurs as Atlas, like a TikTok and all. Nonsense. That's not what it is at all. But this one right here continues to get my attention. Let me pull this thing up a little bit. And what we're seeing, and I'll back it back down a little smaller, is when I went through this imaging and started taking out different parts of it, and that's what you're seeing here, guys, is the fact that the entire area is affected. I didn't try to just affect the area in the circle. What I wanted to do was tone down some stuff, and if I did, then it toned down the entire image, not the circle section, okay, just to make that clear. And I wanted to bring out what we're seeing here now. Let me bring that back up. And guys, I've seen so many asteroids over the years. This is a grouping. I'm not saying it is asteroids. I mentioned, could this be a fleet of something? Let's get it just a little bit closer. Just bear with me a moment. Look at this. This is multiple objects. We've seen it in different comets going back to ISON. And if you remember the image, again, from the James Webb, I think, telescope, which is an outer space telescope, then it looked like multiple objects then. But I think with what we're seeing, the light that we're getting from there, if it is a group of rocks, they would not be glowing. So what is it? I'm not trying to hide anything. I want to know what this is. And I'm going to bring it up just a little bit closer. And it's really hard to tell what it is, but it's there, and this was taken from above Mars as the cameras were turned up to see it as it came by. And this was October 2nd or 3rd, somewhere right in there. And there really hasn't been a decent image since that point, regardless of what you're seeing on the internet. You can go back and check. And it's going to be starting to get clear again in December. We may get a few shots before that. But guys, this is a group of objects. Now, as Avi Lowe pointed out, it was a very close ecliptic orbit, moving close to the ecliptics of everything in the inner solar system, the orbits of the planets, and things like that. It has accelerated somewhat in speed. But let me back it back out. And I think that really is a better perspective here, guys, because again, as I was toning down the brightness in certain areas, in the entire image, it wasn't affecting certain areas. I just want to point that out. So this was not highlighted to be pixelated out or shown. If it got darker, the entire image did. Or if it got lighter or filtered, the entire image did. It wasn't a focus. So as I think we have a group of objects coming in. My huskies think so too. They think it's a group of objects. Anyway, or is it a fleet? We know there's going to be a return. Every religion and every society, every civilization on the planet says that in the beginning, a lot of them say they're creators, including Christians. We talk about our Father in heaven created us, his children. And every civilization talks about a return. Now we're seeing a lot of chaos, and that brings up a good question. And this is an inverted image of that as I continue, guys. And notice the dark spots concentrated in this area. You see them scattered out through the entire image. You see the stars and things like that. They're in that 6 exposure level. People calling it TikTok. It's nonsense. Anyway, there's a lot of objects right here. I would say it would be an asteroid storm if it was not glowing. Now, just solid rocks, I've mentioned this before, like big asteroids, you will get a reflection from the sun as the sunny side of the asteroid reflects off the sun as it's rotating or spinning through space. This is a continuous light. Now, this is, again, not the clearest picture, but I think of over all the nonsense that we're seeing out there, it's the most important because it has not been doctored except to focus in on that circle. Sometimes that's necessary. But guys, why is it important now? A lot of things are happening on the planet are chaos, wars and rumors of wars, peace, sudden destruction, things like that are going on. And in the video the other day, I talked about it, and guys, you should really do some homework and come into the comments and let me know what you find. But look at all the civilizations over time that had 9, I guess you would call it demigods, maybe half human, half God, whatever you want to call them, Anunnaki, whatever. There was 9 leaders in almost every civilization. Now, to me, that's unique enough. But when you think about it, you had Greeks and then Romans. Let's just focus on those 2 groups for a while. Their gods, their group of gods or lesser gods, were basically the same, just with a different name, right? Some of the same characteristics. And that goes back to China. It goes to everywhere. Every civilization has this. And really what the oldest just about is Australia. The native people there, the Aborigines, they know more about the sky gods than I think anybody at NASA does. Anyway, going back to Greek and Rome, same group. The Greeks went out of sight, then the same group emerged as Roman gods. But another homework project would be a good study. How long in between the ending of the talking about the Greek gods before the beginning of the talking and the rise of the Roman gods? Okay? That time span in there could be very important. Now, we talked about the Black Knight satellite. There are actually NASA images from the space shuttle and other satellites of that thing being there. And in the book, we were talking about that was originally part of the Old Testament. They talked about the guardian of the earth, this big craft. Now, did these 9, and I believe it because every civilization going back to the Aborigines, through China, and up to modern times has these 9 entities. And I think there's the creator of all above them. And it was almost as if that group was assigned to the earth to watch it. Maybe it wasn't the only planet, but they definitely were there, and to control it, to manipulate it. Just like Enlil and Enki, one didn't like the people, one did. Okay, we're still seeing it. You're seeing it in the Middle East. You're seeing it in the streets of Portland, Chicago. Good versus evil. But anyway, what is the timeline we're in now? In other words, what was the gap between the disappearance of the Greek gods and the reappearance of the Roman gods? Because we don't see them now. And it brings up another point. Why is there so much interest in what's under the Antarctic? And there's all the stories talk about, even, Obama's group, and some of them went down there, and no one wants to talk about it. Who is down there? Even going back to Admiral Byrd, they talked about craft coming out as they were going down there, supposedly following the Germans at the end of World War II. What did they find down there? We know there's people that are over massive civilizations of the planet, and they're there in history. Now, where are we at in those cycles? Because going back to ancient Australia, then into China and India, and oldest stuff, the Anunnakis, these 9 people were there. There's statues of them. There's books about them. And in the book of Baruch that we talked about the other day, it talks about the guardian of earth, the craft. And you think about it, when whatever returns or however things happen, we know there's going to be a false return and then the real return of Christ. We're not floating off somewhere. They're coming here. Remember, read the Bible. Think about it. Don't listen to the nonsense. Embarrassed half of YouTube a few weeks ago. So where are we at? What are we seeing here? Will this just pass by and nothing else be said about it? I don't know. But we've never seen anything like this. This is not a single object like Oumuamua. Remember that rock? This thing is a lot bigger, and I think the reason they think it's a lot bigger is because it's so many objects, guys. And I want to go back and, again, look at one of the first images that I kind of filtered and sent through AI of some of the very first images of Atlas. Guys, you remember this? And again, this was either Hubble or Webb, but I'll have to go back and look it up. Doesn't matter. Both of them are space telescopes. The Webb is supposed to be an upgrade from Hubble. Fancier mirrors and things like that, fancier computers, which happens every time a new iPhone comes out. But to me, at that time, it looked like multiple objects. See, here, here, and here. Right in there. And then what we're looking at here is actually would be the front of the movement according to where they took this image. It was just one image. We brought it up, but again, we had so much detail from it being a space telescope designed for this type of information that we could really take a good look at it. Now, we may get some more images similar to this after it passes around the sun in December. Some of the telescopes will be ready to really zero in on this thing. And what will be interesting is what it looked like at that time. Will it still be as many objects? Avi Loeb talked about things like, guys, craft coming off or orbiters peeling off the main section. And again, it's not, there may be a main craft or object within that group we were looking at. But this goes back, guys, to some of the space telescope images that we were really getting a good look at things, and then they kind of faded that out. You don't get those anymore. I'm not sure if it's positioning or whatever it is, but again, in this section, I can definitely see possibly 4 different objects, and the light is proceeding forward. This is the rear. That's the light proceeding forward there. But again, we're into some times that are, we're going to see a lot of height. And let me show you one of the pictures of what I think is definitely suspect. Now, this is the image that you see in some of the videos, guys. It comes down this area and you see that it kind of rotates and you get different pixelated images as it moves down. I'm not saying it's not Atlas 3I, but the background's been so taken out and then the middle of it's so jacked up that you don't get a comparison of how the imaging here, the brightness and things like that affect the back, because you can definitely, if you watch the video, you can see that each frame was stopped and this background was cleared. So I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I'd like to see more images from this guy. I'm just not sure when they're going to come in. But guys, we're watching this. It's becoming more and more interesting to me. I've never said it would hit the Earth or any other planet, but I have said I want to know what it is. I've never seen anything like it. And to me, it's no longer, and I don't care who calls it a comet, they are, never mind what they're doing. It's not a comet. It's not an asteroid. It's a group of something that lights, that has a glow. And I think it's an ion drive, and the glow is coming from the group of objects and their glow. That's why we may never see another there I go again, Hubble or Webb telescope image again of this object. Because if they was looking at it then, they probably have a lot of images we haven't seen. Some of the ones from Mars, I don't know if they are still being processed or not, but coming around the sun will be very interesting. Now, it won't be at its closest approach then, and we may get a few shots of it between now and December, but we'll just have to wait and see. We'll watch what's coming in. Again, space weather will have some of it. NASA, James Webb, Hubble, those websites, we may get something in there. But going back to where I started this was the original video. Like I said, as I got it to where we could, and I could tell here, there were multiple objects concentrated right in this area. The more I looked at it since the last video, the more I'm very positive that's what we're seeing, a large group. And there's something very interesting in Job to me also. When our Father tells Job, you don't know what I have in store for the end times, hailstorms. He's talking about asteroids, rocks, and comets, fire from the sky. You don't know what I have in store for the battle of that day. And we don't. But it's super interesting to me, and I'm going to flip back to the one that we didn't bring just the center up. We brought the entire picture up. And going back to this one again, just look at it. It looks like a cluster right there, doesn't it? It's not a solid one object. I was wondering when I first looked at it, was it just so pixelated that it was hard to make it out? But it's not. Look at the rest of the sky again. Every square in this was changed at the same time. There's no difference. One part wasn't edited out or anything like you saw with the white dots. This is what it saw. And this is a group of objects. We're watching it. Not sure what it is yet. Things are getting very interesting, guys. It's it's the Watchman's Creed to search out a matter. It's an honor of kings to search out a matter. It's the glory of God to hide it and make man search out the truth. We're watching it. You watch it. It's a heads up. Be safe.
All right. Let's get back here. I'm going to try to make this call right now. All right, I couldn't get through. Sorry about that. Not that you were wanting to hear any more about what's going on up at Mars. Um, Comments. So the one thing he was talking about, I missed the one book he said, Woo Woo or something. But the one thing he's right about, well, I mean, if you know the story, you do. Enki and Enlil, I think it was Enlil that wanted to kill all the humans because they were too noisy. And Enki was I think he did it behind his back, but he saved us, or saved a portion of us. It's interesting. I like his idea, which I've had before myself. I don't know how to research it, but the idea that it's the same gods is interesting. I also share his view that it doesn't interfere with belief in a creator. Anyway, let's see where anything closed, which we already talked about for Railtown, but anything else? I guess NVIDIA is up in the aftermarket. Fingers up in the aftermarket at 105. T-Low closed at 165. Anyway, I just want to go over these. Let me take that comment down. That's why I came back here. I may not spend a lot of time on this, but I did this. I'll just do it by which one is. I can't tell. So I hope, what's this? Oh, here's some of the Canadian investors. This is just a list I had. What's this one? Oh, this is Railtown yesterday. And this is the US chart. And this is just what I saw looking at it. The yellow, to me, you can read it as a declining wedge, but it's really probably not. It's more of just a, what do you call it? A channel, declining channel, maybe. But anyway, if you look at what might have happened yesterday, all I can do is point here. These red circles are the highs. Back in July of 24, it was as high, I'm going to use an approximate number of 62.5. And then in the middle of this past summer, it was spent some time up there, and looking at it, it looks like a head and shoulders. And then today it went up there. Just broadly, we got up into resistance and it pulled back. So it's 3 times, if you take that argument, that the stock has broken through. And maybe the third, that's my red arrow, the third time's the charm. The green line, obviously it's not very exact, but the green line gives, I think, the strongest support number, and I forget what it was. We didn't go down today. But the blue line is I thought if there was further selling, it's the most likely support. But I don't think we have to worry about those anymore. Let me see what the next one is. Well, I'm just going to go as they come. This is Railtown in the United States. And this is, I think, 6 months. It might be a year. It's a similar story. I tried to draw 2 lines. And I actually think, looking at it after I did this, there's probably a better line that could be drawn, but it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be exact. What I'm trying to show you, up at the top right here at, I don't know, almost 70 cents, that's the top. So I used that as the start of the line. And then here, the top line, I came down to the other top. And I drew a horizontal. That's exactly where we went yesterday. So we broke out above that line and we came back to test it. The line underneath, I think I like the line underneath, but you could almost draw one coming up to the top line. You could lower that top line down a bit. But anyway, it doesn't matter. This isn't a trading chart. I'm just trying to show you that the lower line is also a read you could give, and it would imply, I'm just trying to, last night when I did this, I was just trying to see, could it go lower? But it looks like this top line is what's going to hold. It looks like it's what's going to hold. And then the yellow is to try to get a horizontal. I think you can see a horizontal where yesterday's action came to support. Although to torture yourself, there could be support a little lower there. I think we're fine. We made it through today fine. So I don't think we have anything to worry about. I hope. What's this? All right, these are those companies. What's this? Oh, this is Jeffries. There was an article, and I think it's called First Stores or First. Anyway, there was a collapse of a company. It went down just like that, and I'll try to read it to you. There's 2 companies that are in recent trouble, but Jeffries did a lot of the loans, and I just want to show you Jeffries rallied up here recently. Did not make a new high, and the news is bad for Jeffries. So it's this kind of thing that could spark a market sell-off, or it'll be contained. And I don't think it looks good for Jeffries. Who knows? The diagonal on the bottom is first support, I think, and then the horizontal here is support. I think Jeffries is going lower. What's this one? I don't know. I got to look that one up. I don't know what that one is. I can't read the. This one. Oh, it's Jeffries again. That's Jeffries again. A shorter term chart. I think it looks terrible. That's Jeffries. I wonder what it did today. Let me see if I can find out. Well, it was down $2 during the day and another $3 after market. Anyway, we're not in Jeffries. I just thought it was interesting. I think we talked about it before. This is Railtown with a little more length without all my red circles. And again, you can see the highs. The key to me, the key takeaways from doing this last night is that was distinctly hard resistance to get through. The stock has twice before tried to get through this number. And so it's normal to go up. This is technical talking, not fundamentals. It's a normal thing to go up and not be able to just punch through. The second thing I see here, I just told you, I think we came down. When you break through resistance, this declining, and you go through it strongly, when you pull back, you come to test it. I think we tested it. This is Finger recently. I think I said to Clay I was going to try to go over it. I don't have much to say here on Finger except that this breakout is, I think it's going to come back and test at a minimum. I don't think it's going to be straight up. Of course, over where I draw that yellow arrow down here, I point upward. That thing ran up after that. But I don't think we're on the verge of that here. Maybe you could be. This whole trend here, if you just skip all the action and you look back to the beginning of the year and to now, you ignore that it ran up altogether, that's kind of all on the same trend line. And maybe this is the support, right in here. That circle is the financing that Finger did a year ago. And also, I think Finger did another financing maybe about the time before it started to rally. I can't remember. It may have been afterward. I just can't remember if it was at about $1. Anyway, a small one. But that's where the financing with the Toad happened, even though it was through Roth Capital. And I just call your attention that it was at such a sharp discount. But this has been a nice, steady recovery, maybe. Anyway, that's Finger and I think I have one more Finger. Oh, somebody sent me this. Dirty Randy talking to 1975 AABC. Why are you so infatuated with rail? Move along if you're not invested. And then he calls out Chris to keep your guy in check. But we don't have to go over. Randy's on the side of rail, I think, but it says I can answer your question. Railtown, I heard from a contact in Puerto Rico. 2 guys are paid in the stock. That's not true. No. Frank Benedetto jumped in my opinion, on the stock just to get in front of the audience so he could push other things. I think my understanding is Frank bought some stock, but I think Frank's also long gone. Frank's not a investor. He's here to get stock from companies, get you to buy it, then he sells it. That's what he does. It's a living. As long as you know what it is, doesn't mean you're not going to make money, doesn't mean you're not going to see good ideas. You're going to see action. I think I know he's talking about with Pat. Pat's not being paid anything that I know about anyway. You know, you don't know everything. You don't know everything. And then to promote, apparently doing a good job considering the stock doubled on fluff. I don't know how to go. This guy's totally wrong. There's no fluff there. He doesn't give his name, but I would sue the bastard. All right, this is Finger. This is very cluttered, but this is action in Finger, I think, for 5 years. And you can see it's down, 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 down. I think I bought Finger up in here. My friend told me to. And then it collapsed, and it was just a disaster. And then this was exciting. The green line up, the green arrow up, that was an exciting few days. And then it was down, had a bit of an up, and then it was just a long, long down. I see a big wedge in some ways. In other ways, maybe I'm just dreaming. And then when you look here at the current move, it's not that impressive inside of this. I'm not trying to be negative. I just don't see the stock squeezing. I don't see it breaking out and going to some, fantastical number. So, however, there are, you got to look at the upside. If it breaks out first here on the descending yellow line, the next one is the green line, and the next is the higher yellow line, which crosses the green, and then the higher blue. But all those numbers don't get it above $10. And I guess I don't think the chart looks disastrous. On the other hand, I don't think you're going to miss anything, at least over the next, shorter period of time. It's going to need really something big to get it in motion. And anyway, we can talk about it again, but that was, somebody asked me or I volunteered, and that was my assessment. Got water. Yeah, I got one of these. I got a little more in it. Let me see if I can find that story about the company that went down. It was really shocking. Wow, Nomura, 150 billion of forced selling today. Was the market down? Wow, market was down 900. NASDAQ down 800. S&P. All right. Okay, that's all right. We can live with it. Oh, there's a tariff war going on as well. And the headline, stock rally is on borrowed time as bad news becomes good. Maybe. It's certainly possible. But I still think we're going to, a pullback is all right. I still think we're going to go. Goldman is saying short. I'm just trying to find this one article. ExxonMobil's doing an oil development deal in Iraq. That's where the oil is Iraq. That's where the oil is. Oil tumbles. I can't find this article. I should have highlighted it. And we can always talk about it. We don't have to do it today. But there was a collapse. That is the kind of thing that can be the trigger to an overall. It says here, Trump deserves the Nobel Prize. He didn't get it. I think the reason he didn't get it is his support of Netanyahu. So, you get burned. America's growing pushback against data centers. So that's of a piece. Here, AI is now a debt bubble too. But see, when they talk, and this is the article, infinite money, circular deals, which have become the de jure staple of AI bubble, which is basically OpenAI gives 100 billion to Oracle, Oracle gives 100 billion to NVIDIA, and NVIDIA gives 100 billion to OpenAI. And then you can move different people in it. We can go over that maybe. I'm a little. So Oracle stock jumps 25% after being promised 60 billion a year from OpenAI, but OpenAI doesn't earn that yet. To provide cloud computing facilities that Oracle hasn't built yet, which will require 4.5 gigawatts of power, a couple of Hoover dams, or 4 nuclear plants. There's no way for Oracle to pay with cash flow, but it will in the future. Anyway, we forecast 2.9 trillion of global data center spend through 2028, 1.6 trillion on hardware, chips and servers, 1.3 trillion on building data center infrastructure, real estate building costs, 900 billion in 2008. All companies CapEx in 2024, all companies in the S&P 500 was 950. The capital requirements to support this level of investment are staggering. And then the hyperscalers have been spending a lot of money, but they do it from internal cash flow. Anyway, I'll remember where that article is. I'm going to give it one more chance to find this company that collapsed. Bank of England warns AI valuation stretched, talking about data centers. I think. I'm not going to read the article, but that's what's in the. All right, here it is. First Brands. Creditors of bankrupt First Brands say billions simply vanished amid debt rehypothecation nightmare. And this is what's going to come to Wall Street unless they can get collateral from Russia. That's what I think's going on. This is after Tricolor collapsed. The auto subprime lender. Last month, First Brands went bankrupt. It's an auto parts supplier with $5.8 billion in outstanding leveraged loan debt. Yet, the company had far more liabilities than previously known because of extensive rehypothecation of said debt. A practice traditionally associated with banana republics unregulated such as China. Well, it's here too. The company's debt traded from par down to 13 cents, 15 cents a share in hours. The debt isn't old-fashioned debt, but it's also off-balance sheet debt, receivables, inventory financing, and funds like Blackstone, BDC, and Blue Owl provided much of it. But nobody knows who owns what or where is the money, what is left. And then that's Jefferies, the perpetual B-grade investment bank. Jefferies is emerged as the main loser. Receivables may have been pledged as collateral more than once. Not only was the company neck deep in debt, it also used off-balance sheet debt as receivables to push its debt load well beyond. First Brands listed liabilities 10 billion to 50 billion and assets of 1 to 10 billion. Anyway, I'm not sure it interests anybody, but there's a bunch of private equity involved. And it's all this creation of debt and hypothecation. And that's what'll come to the stock markets eventually. I'm sure it's in the precious metals markets. And this is financialization. We're no longer a industrial power, we're a financialization power. And I'm sure it happens all through history. All right, I think I'm going to leave it there. Appreciate everybody turning in. I think it was a good week for Railtown because finally the company can start talking and telling their story. I think it was a good week for Railtown because despite the maybe things weren't perfectly done in the pullback, I think we have a good price. Next week, Our Railtown's participation in the arms race begins, and they're the prize. Anyway, we'll talk later. There's very few people watching, so I think I'll sign off. Cheers. Have a good weekend.